Hey, everyone. Welcome to the ladies' room. This is your girl, Ashley Mischelle, and I am one of your hosts. And we also have Mrs. Understanding.
Hi.
We got our girl, Cannon Hill,
Hey.
and Darwin Hill.
What's up, people?
We got a few more people coming in later tonight. Mrs. Jovo is going to be here in just a little bit. We got Rilla stopping by, as well as a special guest who was with us last week, Daryl Long. He's coming through. But our topic tonight is child support. All right, child support. So yesterday, not yesterday, but the day before, I took part, or not took part. I didn't really take part in the show, but I called into a show, and the topic or the question posed was, should active fathers be put on child support? And so that show inspired this idea. We were going to do it anyway at some point. But after that show, we were like, you know what? Let's talk about it. We're going to talk about it on our show. So that's the topic tonight. We will be talking about child support. We all have our own individual experiences and stances on this topic. But here in the ladies' room, what we like to do is address things on a deeper level, right? So we're gonna look at all perspectives. We're gonna address the nuances of it and really just start peeling back some of the layers concerning child support. All right. So I have some stats. These stats are stats that I got from the United States Census Bureau. Okay. And this is the most recent data published in 2018. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and just share some of these stats. We got Rilla with us. Hey, Rilla.
He probably need a second.
Yeah, maybe he's not ready yet. Okay, we'll bring him up in a minute. But I want to go ahead and address some of the stats here. So, about 2/3 or 69.3% of custodial parents who are due child support receive some payments, while only 43.5% reported receiving the full amount. All right. About 22.4 million children had a parent who lived outside of their household, right? So there are a lot of children who are living with one parent, right? That's about 1/4 of all children under the age of 21 years of age. Approximately 31% of them were in poverty. And a little side note is that 51.9% of those children are Black children. 1/2 of all custodial parents has some type of agreement, whether it was legal or not, for child support. 52.7% of mothers, custodial mothers, have agreements, and 39.6% of custodial fathers have agreements. And I have a bunch of other stats about this issue, and we'll just address them as we go on. But I wanted to just pose a general question. And I see Tawana in the chat. Hey, Tawana. Hey, Daryl, get on up here. I just want to pose a general question to you all. Do you think that child support is necessary? What do you all think?
Hell yeah, it's necessary.
Okay.
Got to take care of these kids by any means necessary. So, um, I think it's very necessary. Um, that's just the end of that. I mean that's self-explanatory. Child support. Why wouldn't it be necessary?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it
If,
was
if,
actually. Go ahead.
oh no, you just want the question. We go elaborate a little bit more, or you
No,
just
I mean if that's
Well, part of the question that was asked on the other show was, well, basically what they were saying is that if it's an active father, then active father shouldn't be put on child support.
right. But so active is subjective, right? And it all depends on what you think is being active. And from my experience, a lot of men don't know what being active really means. So that's why they be surprised when they are put on child support. Um, just for the basics, if you break up with your girl or your wife or whatever her case and y'all separate, and courts give custody to the woman. For me, I would think active financially means, okay, I know summer's coming up, so I'm going to prepare for summer clothes. Winter's coming up, I'm going to prepare for winter clothes. I'm going to prepare for holidays, birthdays, special events as far as school, graduations, whatever that is, family events. That's just extra money, for the kid.
That's extra
Because
money outside of the regular maintenance.
outside of the child support. If you're putting child support, but if men are doing those things and they're actively in the life and they're actively aware of what's going on in the kid's life, not as far as clothing need, how much they eat, the activities that they're involved in, then I don't think any woman in their right mind would put a man on child support. But so many men don't put into account all this extra money that these women need to take care of these kids. They always assume that it doesn't take that much to take care of a kid. Well, how would you know? You're not doing it. And if you ever took the initiative to actually be a family with this woman and marry her and live with her, you would know exactly how much it costs to parent a kid. But since they never done that, they never took a woman that seriously or their kid that seriously to know that it costs more than $300 a month that the court might make you pay. It costs way more than that to sponsor a child. And they just act like that's just too much, or they just act like that I don't want the man all of my business. Someone shouldn't have to tell me. Well, yeah, someone shouldn't have to tell you, but the fact that you couldn't make your family work, and now you can't, and even outside of that, you can't even come to an agreement or get your ex on the same page with you as far as how to take care of this kid, then yeah, you need a third party to help both of you all do this. That's not for you. I was happy to I didn't even wait for child support. As soon as me and my first son's mother broke up, I went to the military and told them, take this much out of my check to give to her. Because I just knew I didn't want to even have to deal with the back and forth, how much you go give me, this and that. No, here you go. You getting that every month. She gets her money before I get mine. So because I just know I have to take care of my kid. Now that's outside of that, I still do the summer clothes, the winter clothes, extra money for Christmas, extra money for birthdays, extra money for Easter, whatever is extra, I give that also. Spending travel money. Then when my kids call me, hey daddy, I need this, I need that.
Uber Eats.
Yeah, so and that's gonna come up to way more than the $300 that's or $400 that some of these people are paying. So I don't even understand why they tripping about some child support if they're going to take care of their kid anyways. It's just a way for them not to take care of their kid, or take care of their kid when they want to, or make their kid a third or fourth priority over things like I've seen a lot of men have excuses like I got to get my car fixed or I got to do XYZ. All that does not matter. You need to find a way, because women has been finding a way to take care of their kid when all these emergencies come up and their car's down and all these things. They still have to provide. So you cannot have an excuse to not provide. And that's what these guys want to do. They want to have an excuse to not provide. So that's why they don't want child support involved. I mean, child support is good and it's bad depending on how you look at it, but active fathers, I don't think active fathers would even care that much about child support. I think it's only fathers that's not active that feel like they're being made to pay child support. Like if I'm going to give this kid this money anyways, it does not matter how it comes. So I don't understand the problem.
Right. I like what you said that, if a man is doing what he's supposed to be doing for his children, a woman shouldn't put him on child support. I agree with that, but then I mentioned that question about should active fathers be put on child support? And like you said, active is so subjective. And I think the reason child support can be necessary is because of that fact. What's active to you is not necessarily active. And I don't want to put anybody on the spot, but I'm not even gonna tell no personal stories. But like some people think that they're more active than they are. And I think the custodial parent, whether it's a male or a female, hey Rilla.
I couldn't get off mute. I'm just playing with y'all. What's going on, family?
I was
What's
like,
up?
you looking at
What's going
What's up,
on?
Rilla?
No. What up, family? This is all familiar faces. Hopefully, this is a safe space.
This
It
is
is.
always a safe
It
space.
is. I got you
No.
back.
I'm listening. And I'm hoping to learn tonight. But I'm also looking to put some paint where it ain't, and maybe add some perspective from somebody who is extremely familiar with child support system, Georgia in particular, well over 18 years, 20 years of experience with Georgia child support. And so I just want to add some paint where it's ain't, and maybe some balance. And I did, get to see the conversation between you and
Sir Hale, which was
so
crazy.
so I came in on the tail end. I was wrapping up something. I came in on the tail end of what you were saying, Ash, so I don't want to interrupt. My apologies.
Okay, so yeah, we're actually gonna recap that whole Sir Hale conversation. Okay,
So we got
just a little
Georgia
bit later.
child support experience, 18, and I think we got 15, 16 years of Illinois child support experience on the panel.
Yeah, and so I want to be clear. I like to have balanced conversations, right? And I like to think about all the different layers. So I'm not actually for or against child support. I think it just depends on the situation. You know, that's me personally. But anyway, I was just saying, like, this idea of active is what's questionable because, okay, you might show up to a basketball game, you might drop off some toys in May, but then you don't see your kid until the end of July. Like, is that really active? And of course, there are women out here keeping their kids from men. That is also an issue that can't be ignored. But, active
We
is
gonna save that for another topic, though.
No, we can talk about. I was about to say we
Well,
got.
listen,
let's get
but
to
what
it.
they did though.
Like,
Let's
what's
get to it.
active? I want to
Well,
share.
here's the thing: the courts are gonna tell you what active is. Number one.
Okay.
Number two. When you say Ash, you know, da 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 da, but you kind of negate everything that you just said.
I
Like,
really don't. You
okay,
gotta look
so
at everything. I
restate.
know people see it that way.
Well, because it kind of does, because now I'm paying attention. What takes precedence is the ending part of your statement. So here's the truth of the matter. What we really kind of need to discuss sometimes, honestly, because you know we have to also take into account parents, custodial, non-custodial, whatever. That just there's a lot of situations where people just not operating in the best interest of the child. Period.
Mm-hmm.
And we should be starting from operating in the best interest of the child. Okay. So if we do that, then we can actually tackle the topic of child support, the amounts, what's fair, what's reasonable, what's not reasonable, what's average, what's not average. We can tackle visitation, right? Because the same way, people can say, well, these fathers aren't doing. I can name countless instances of fathers who want to do. And I think the other thing that people don't understand, and I know in particular, I know at least 3 young ladies who are on this panel that are in Georgia, and your experiences may be different, or you may be able to chime in. But I know for a fact, my experience in Georgia is that I was explicitly told Georgia is a woman and child state, which means what? We're always going to advocate for the woman and the child. Guess who that puts on the outskirts? And that's who we consider last. Georgia literally just started considering the income of the mother when they're trying to calculate the amount for child support. I think Chicago, I think Illinois is the same way too. They just started considering that. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So I have a question though. So you're talking about the importance of putting the child first, right? Why is child support considered something that doesn't put the child first? Like if it's ensuring that the child gets money for what the child needs on a consistent basis,
well,
why is that something considered bad?
Well, first, let me apologize. I'm too anxious to jump in. Right. So I don't want to be disrespectful. I don't want to be rude. And I definitely don't want to be overly masculine. I actually want to.
No such thing.
Here's the thing. Child support does not. Okay. Let me tell you why I think the way that I think. Because when I went into child support office and I said, hey, I'm not seeing my kids. I'm not able to see my kids. You know what child support told me? Oh, that's a separate process. You need to hire an attorney. I got you. I hear you. So then it should be financial child support. I get that it's a separate process. It should not be. If we're talking about a system that's supposed to advocate in the best interest of the child. Now, if we really want to have the conversation, child support is really, it's not even about the financial child support as a system. It's not about the best interest of the child. You know what it's about? It's about making sure that mothers and, women who have children or whatever, custodial parents, are not a burden to taxpayers applying for TANF.
Correct. I agree. Right. This is the thing that confuses me about the way some of these conversations go. Right. Because I hear a lot of y'all who are very comfortable advocating, happy about the patriarchal system, men being providers and leaders and all of these things. And that whole idea, you're absolutely right, is rooted in patriarchal thinking, right? Because it's like the women are supposed to take care of the kids at home and the men have to be the providers. So the government doesn't want to have to step in and provide for your children. They're like, you need to do it because you're the patriarch. It's the same thought process, right? But it's like you want it on one end, but then on this end, when it don't seem to work in your favor, you're like upset about it.
Canon, so like with all due respect, listen, I could pipe down, but Canon, with all due respect, I hadn't finished my thought.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, go ahead.
Right. So what I was saying was,
sorry, pause. Well, I'm just really one question: are you against it or not? I just wanted to get your stance.
Against child support?
Yeah,
I'm against the state telling anybody. Listen. Let me say it this way. I'm gonna say it the same way Sir Hale said it. For dudes, and we know these dudes exist. I hear you, Raven. I hear you. For dudes that are not on a function, and I got dudes that I grew up with. I know these dudes exist, right? They not on a functions. They not contributing. They not contributing 1 red cent to the well-being of their children. Yeah, child support needs to be in place for that, right? So if you telling me for active fathers, in my opinion, that's not subjective. Active fathers, yo, Darwin. If me and you are having a conversation around what we consider to be active fathers to be, me and you are going to come really quick to a resolution and an understanding of what an active father is.
So what is?
I mean, I don't know. I will hope we will, but I've had these conversations with plenty of guys, and when I sit back and talk to them, they leave out a lot of stuff. So and I just be sitting there like.
So then it becomes for me. What is the lot of stuff that you're saying they leaving out? Because if you're functioning, wait, listen to me. If you have a child under 2 households, they're already at a disadvantage, which is why I advocate for optimally, they need to be under the same household with that parent. When that doesn't happen, you know what we're trying to do? We're trying to produce the same results of a 2-parent household with 2 separate households. You can't, it's not gonna happen, fam. Well, you can't do it.
Well, the goal is to try to come as close as possible to have that child.
You can't do it.
No. To have that child live to come close as possible to have that child live a comfortable life. So if you was in the house with the mother, you combine the incomes, which means you'll have more money to provide for this child. So just because the man is not in the house, the child shouldn't suffer. The child that you two made should not suffer financially at all.
No, bro. No. And this is why I would disagree with
financially,
you. No. Listen.
Yes, the child will suffer.
No.
Child shouldn't suffer.
No, bro. Listen. When you have 2 okay, let me tell you what I tell. Listen. I'm on child support. I ain't no deadbeat. I said in the group, I pay enough that their mother was able to go get them a 5-bedroom house. and we talked about this. Okay, so I'm Gucci on that, and I don't complain. Only complaint that I have is that the state of Georgia gets to regulate what I do in terms of my monetary contribution and when I get penalized. Like, so if I don't,
go ahead, really, go ahead.
so if I don't meet certain, so listen to what I'm saying, Ash. If I don't meet certain requirements according to the state of Georgia, not according to what your belief is or what anybody else's belief is on the panel, or what I think I should contribute. If I don't meet their minimum standard for what they think I should contribute to the household, then I'm penalized, which means what? I could be thrown in jail. I could have my license suspended. I could have an F on my report card. All those things can take place for the non-custodial parent. Now, when it comes to active parenting, right? And I get it, trying to co-parent, that's not ideal. And that's not even something that I push, right? So we talking about finances. While I agree with you, Darwin, that the child shouldn't suffer, you know what I told my kids one time? Hey, fam, if I was here with your mama and I lost my job, guess what we would have to do? Adjust as a family. You know how many times men, well, maybe not. There are instances where men don't earn or women don't earn, and there's a 2-parent household. You know what they do? They adjust. The problem that I have is when the state says, well, we're involved in how you adjust now. We're involved in how you adjust. Because guess what? If I go to the state, let's say if I lost my job, right? And I go to the state, do you know that there's an entire process for them to recognize that, hey, I lost my job and I'm not able to meet this obligation? Like, there are court dates and all types of things set. By the time you get through all that, you know what they're still saying? You're in arrears now, and you're still responsible for that.
Okay.
So the system is broken. We can't wait, but we can't skip past that.
Right.
So really, that answers my question. I was going to ask you, if you're paying child support, then what would be the issue? Like, if you're paying, like a lot of men say, I pay more than this, so then what's the issue? But that, I can understand that if you have different hardships, right? So is it more that the men are like saying, okay, I don't want to pay child support because I might have some hardships? Is that it? Or is it they just don't want to pay on a monthly basis? They have to pay. And then think about it.
I'm not trying to be funny. I don't know who you're talking about when you say, I know who you're talking about. I just personally don't know who y'all are talking about when y'all say these men that don't want to pay. I have a thought, but I want you to finish. But I just want to at least acknowledge the brothers that do pay.
Right.
That are caught up.
Brothers who pay, we completely get it. But here's the disconnect. Most child support payments are not being made. So brothers are saying, like Sir Hale last night, I'm still baffled. I need a nuclear scientist to come explain to me how 75% of, he said, Black men are active fathers. And the statistic I gave does not just include Black men, but they are a part of this group of people who have to pay child support. Most child support payments are not being made.
But the statistic that you gave was for all men, regardless of gender, right? I mean, not gender, race, right?
Right.
So when we talk in Black specifically, right? So let me ask you this. Would you agree with this? Let me ask you this. What segment of men, because there's this ongoing theory, hasn't been proven or disproven, that there are a certain segment of men that have multiple children with multiple baby mamas. And if we want to go entertainment value, we could say, I see you, Canon. So I want you, please, if you got the stats, like, come in, do what you got to do. But I could tell you, I mean, listen, I'm ready. So if we wanted to go entertainment wise, and we know these men are financially capable of taking care of kids, but I'm just saying for the optics of, we're talking men, one man, multiple children with multiple baby mamas. So if I go and look at like somebody like a Shawty Low, right? And he had up to 20 plus kids, maybe 30, and that show got shut down, right? If he's put on child support, is he not included in that number when he's not able to meet his obligation?
He's included in the number, but is he the bigger fraction?
Well, okay.
Because if he's the bigger
I would
fraction, and
say,
if that's what you're telling me,
I'm
then why are you advocating for this?
okay, so let me.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you how I know that that's not the bigger fraction, because most Black women don't have multiple baby fathers. Like you would
Who
have
told
to
you
have
that?
the statistics.
So this the
If you
thing.
go to
You're
the
missing
CDC
it.
statistics,
But ma'am, you're missing it. It's not about the
Now
Black
you went to
women.
blackdemographics.com.
No, listen. It has nothing to do with Black women having multiple baby fathers. If I'm a man and I impregnate 5 women, right? I have 5 children with 5 different women, right? All 5 of them put me on child support, and I'm not meeting my obligation on 5 of them. That's not on the Black woman. That's on that one Black man. Now, I'm using that as an extreme, but we all know that this happens.
That's a part of it. That's
what I was asking you.
And I agree.
And I don't think that's nuanced or anything else. I think that's part of the conversation because, listen, I Candid. Oh, she's talking to.
She's talking.
Okay, no, it's cool. So, because when I listen to Mr. Palmer, one thing that I learned is that most of the child support orders come from what? Divorce.
That's true.
You know what happens in a divorce? It's mandated. It ain't no me and my ex. We went in there. We negotiated. We had our own game plan. You know what they said? No, this is what you're gonna pay. This is what you're gonna do. This is what you're gonna. Okay, cool, right? So now, what's the next thing that happens? If you're a working man, which I don't know, and I'm not trying to speak for a lot of divorced men. I'm just speaking anecdotally in this sense because I'm trying to make sense of this when we start talking all these numbers, right? And I'm telling you, as somebody that's experienced, and we got 15 years of experience from Illinois too. So we sit up here, we're literally almost talking about 35 years of experience dealing with government and child support system, right? So here's the thing. Equally in this scenario, like with, let me see how I can word it. I really do want this to make sense because it makes sense.
Something.
It makes sense in my head. Go ahead, Darren. Let me gather my thought because it makes sense in my head, and I really do want to articulate this correctly.
We have to. This is what we got to do. We got to stop taking these one-offs, like your situation. I understand your situation. You're fighting a battle, and that's why you feel the way you feel. But it's more men that is not taking care of their kids than men that's actually taking care of their kids. And this is. I'm from where you from, and this is a lot of men don't want to say anything to other men. We don't want to get in their business. We don't. Hey man, you need to do this with your child. Your child is over there doing this. We don't get involved in that, and we need to. We don't hold men accountable for the things they do. Me personally, I don't hang with guys that don't take care of their kids. I just don't do it. I just can't find myself to even respect them. But going to court for 15 years, sitting in that courtroom, listening to hundreds of cases each time I go, and hearing the excuses on why they don't have to pay child support, it's ridiculous. And I'm not there for child support. I'm there trying to get custody of my son. And then these guys pull me to the side and try to talk to me like they're me. Man, these hoes, they crazy. They want me to pay $500 for this and that, woo, this, woo, that. And I'm like, dude, step away. I'm not in your boat. I don't know what you're talking about. Because guess what? If I got to pay $500 for my kid, that's just what I got to pay. We always talk about we'll do everything in the world for our kid. It's nothing that'll stop us from doing this XYZ for our kid, but we let money stop us from doing stuff for our kids. We let the courts stop us from doing stuff for our kids. We let a visit to a lawyer's office and stuff like that stop us from doing stuff for our kids. I want custody of my son. You want to know why? Because I didn't quit at the first sign of, oh, you might have to pay child support. I didn't stop when the court said, hey, you might have to go to a parental class. I didn't stop. Ain't nothing going to make me stop taking care of my kid. So all these excuses, like if it's 100 excuses for one thing, that means some bullshit in the game.
Yo, Darren,
you only need one excuse. You only need one excuse to not do something.
I hear you.
When people start bringing like 300 excuses, like because I don't want this, I don't want someone in my business. Man, it's just too much for me to pay. I got hardships on this end. Man, she don't even get the money to my kid. You know, it's has to be so many excuses that these men are giving.
There are men that make
give money to the woman that they laid up with and had sex with and help have a kid with. Now when they leave, they don't want to make sure that kid has the same life as if you was there. Financially.
Describe the pedigree of the man that you're talking about. You've been in these courts. I've been in the courts too. Nah, I haven't been in those courts. I've actually been in the child support office. I terrorized East Point child support office. when I was in Atlanta. Terrorized them jokers. Okay. Reason why I say it that way is because they thought they was dealing with somebody, but didn't know that wasn't intellect. And I was a Pookie and a Ray Ray. That's how I dressed, so that's how they perceive me. And I went in there different. So tell me about these men. Describe them to me. Tell me, what do they do for a living? How old are they? What's their mentality? Even if you wasn't, hold on, Ray, even if you wasn't dealing with them on child support, are these the type of gentlemen that you would break bread with anyway? And do they have multiple baby mamas?
You want me to answer that? You want me to tell you how about their life? I just know about their child support situation, the excuses that they made up in court. I don't know where they live at. I don't know how many other baby mamas they got. All I know is the courts say, hey, you need to pay this much money for your child because your child is daycare, this and that. They go down the whole list. And then the man is all in arrears. Most of the time they're in arrears, or they don't even show up. And that's the main reason why a lot of child support cases are won by the woman, because most men don't show up. So if you don't show up, they just go give it to the woman anyways. That's the number one majority. That's the number one reason on why men lose child support battles, because they just don't show up. But if you don't show up for your kid, then you go.
Darwin, you kind of off on that, bro. Okay, let me ask you this: how are child support cases initiated?
Usually by women.
No, not who initiates. How were they? Okay, go ahead.
Well,
John.
I can tell you about.
I got an answer for that. For the state of
Go
Georgia.
ahead.
All right. Well, let me just say this. I got a couple of points to make because I think I've talked about it before. I'm from Georgia. Worked for the state for a while. Yeah. Atlanta, Georgia is different from Georgia. I'm from Georgia, as I've said before. And you have to know the history of how Georgia was even founded. Georgia was founded as a penal colony. So basically, when they founded the colonies, and you owe debt to like the king and the queen and all the dynasties cross seas, and you thought that, oh, I'm gonna get on the boat and run away from Europe and come here. Well, basically, when they found you, because they had bounty hunters and people like that, when they found you, they would send you to places like Georgia, Florida, Louisiana, what we now call the Bible Belt, to work off your debt. So this is a penal colony. Georgia makes more money off of prisons and other controlled environments than almost any other state, I think, other than, I want to say it's Texas or Alabama, I'm not sure. We are one of the hubs of controlled environments. And I say that to say this, that a lot of times when people are not understanding, well, why are the courts ordering child support, and why are they why can't the parents work these things out? Understanding their history, okay? Because we're in the Bible Belt, right? So essentially the same patriarchal system that's placed here in the Bible Belt, which is man and woman supposed to unite, you're supposed to stay married, and you're supposed to raise these kids together. Well, when that doesn't happen, they low-key go into their penal system and say, okay, y'all chose to break this family apart. Okay, then we get to decide what you're going to pay and how you're going to pay it. What I would like to see, my next point is, what I would like to see, especially in the state of Georgia, is men, especially Black men, being more educated on the process of legitimation. The birth certificate in the state of Georgia is nothing more than a formality. It's like that rolled up sheet of paper they give you when you graduate from college, but then your real degree come in the mail weeks later. It's that. That's what a birth certificate is in Georgia. Ashley can have a baby in Georgia and I can sign her birth certificate and it's not going to mean anything. Nothing. We need to educate our community on the process of legitimation. Now, those Black men who are watching tonight, I hope you're watching, lean in closer because Ms. Mosley is going to tell you what legitimation is. This is a legal process that can be little next to nothing if you work the system correctly, where you have paperwork that says, basically, I'm not married to her, but legally, we're the parents of this kid, okay? And this is what you all plan to do for this child. And it breaks everything up, from custody, from vacation, to school year, to who gonna take the child to the doctor, to everything. It happens, okay? It happens, Rilla. Come back on camera, don't run away.
No.
It's a process.
Wait,
It's a
one
process.
sec. Oh, really? We can't hear you. But I wanted to address a few things Rilla said because I'm honestly trying.
That's what we need to educate people on is how do I get legal rights to my children? And my last point, actually, before you speak, is that in the state of Georgia, child support is very beneficial, especially when the Department of Family and Children Services comes into play. Okay, you don't know how many cases when I was a social worker that I have seen where mom A and kids B and C, I come into play. She's not doing what she's supposed to do for the kids, right? They may know who their father is. They may know he may come around. I have had to literally turn dads down who are unmarried to these mothers when I have to go in and take these children from the home. And this is in Georgia, where you can't keep your children permanently until I see something that says definitely in writing, signed by a judge, that these are your children. And I've had to walk so many men through this process who didn't know this. And so then when they can't find dad, okay, they go through the child support system. So I support child support in terms of it being a financial aid to those children that are sitting in foster care. At least they can find a dad. If dad don't want nothing to do with them emotionally, okay, that's fine. They can establish DNA, and that child support can really go to helping those children. That's how beneficial I've seen it, in terms of working for the system.
Let's get to
but I think the conversation needs to be, how do we educate brothers and sisters, because women, some women have to pay child support, on what are your rights as a parent, what's the difference between permanent custody and guardianship, all the legal terms. I wish some of the attorneys that come on these platforms would really break legal terms down instead of making a spectacle of themselves. That's what I really wish they would do, and really educate men on that whole process of legitimation.
And what's the primary?
When you're unmarried to somebody and you have kids, there is a legal process you can go through to say these are my children. And in the state of Georgia and in most southern states, the birth certificate ain't it. It ain't it. It's a formality.
Well, let me
say
this, Joe. So specifically to Georgia, because I literally just had a call with a social worker in Georgia last week who was telling me, well, are you legitimated? And I said, so wait, the fact that I wasn't married to her for 10 years? I mean, no, listen, hear me out. Wait, hear me out, Joe.
I hear you.
Because she's about to take me up through there. So I started with, I was there at the birth, signed the birth certificate, and I'm on child support. Okay. So then when I said all that, then she said, so I would never start with, I'm just saying for me, and respectfully. And shout out to you, 18 years. Yo, shout out to you, man. Salute, celebrate.
Hey, Daryl.
Thank you.
Shout out to the young lion.
Hey,
shout out to the young lion.
Hey, everybody. How y'all doing?
Hello.
Toast of whatever you drink on me. If it's lemonade, that too, because I know you enjoy, or sweet tea. What I would say and what I continue to push to the young men is be intentional, marry. Be married, fam. Be married.
That's not gonna always happen, though, Rilla. I mean, reality is not. I hear what you're saying.
And it's the thing, and this is the thing, Joe. This is the thing that kind of frustrates me, because we sit up there and we've been putting band-aids on situations for at least the last 30 years. We have to begin to change the message and make restoration of the nuclear family the focal point, and we can't move left or right. Here's the truth of the matter, Joe. With what you're saying, childbirths are down, marriage rates are down. You got more virgins in generation Z and millennials. Like, there are more young bloods and young lions that are out here super intentional because they don't even see the need for a woman or to spill their seed with a woman, right? So what I'm saying is the message needs to shift. See, we steady talking about solutions and remedies like for a problem where we got to go deeper. No, we got to get back to the root of the message being restore the black family, restore the nuclear family. And I'm not going for it won't work. I've been able to raise, I've said this multiple times on the platform I participate in. I've been able to raise 2 daughters that have only known one man in their entire life. One is married, one is engaged. And you know what I hear all the time? Oh, well, you the exception. Okay, so what if I told you my father, my father-in-law, well, my children's granddad, right? So he's not legally not my father-in-law anymore, right? But in his life, my Brandon and Tiff, he raised them and they went to Tri-Cities, Joe. They went to Tri-Cities, graduated virgins. Brandon,
I hear you.
But you understand what I'm saying? We keep saying about who's the exception, and we don't make that the standard.
But let me throw a wrinkle in your plan though. When I talk about legitimation, let me throw a wrinkle in your plan. A legitimation is also necessary when we have married men who are stepping out on their wives and producing children.
How much?
Okay, when you go to court, when you go to court with your, because I've seen this too, you know, where the wife and the husband, they go to court. There's outside child, and his mom over there. And the first thing they're going to ask you is,
Joe, that's a terrible.
No, they're going to ask the dad, have you legitimated this child?
I know.
Because it happens, Rilla. It happens.
Hold on 1 second. So legitimation. So correct me if I'm wrong. I need to understand about this. Really, yes. I'm like, legitimation is just to determine that this is the child's
father. It's in
father,
Georgia only. Because in Chicago, you can sign a birth certificate and you don't have that same process. In Georgia, in southern states, it's a little bit different.
So wouldn't that, not in your case maybe, right? But wouldn't that in a lot of other men's cases who are with women who they weren't married to, and that's prevalent in our community, right? People having kids outside of wedlock. I think you mentioned earlier today, a lot of these men get child support payments and they've been divorced. And I
the people who are married and having kids outside their marriage. We can't forget about them either.
So that was not the right.
Child support,
hold on 1 second. Hold on, because I let y'all talk. I let you talk, Rilla. I ain't like, you know. Well, I'm not gonna say nobody's name. I want you all to talk. Okay, I don't mind even talking the least. All right, I'm not one of these people who think because it's my show I can overtalk you. I don't think that, but I do want you to kind of hear me out a little bit. Okay. Legitimation seems like it would be something that men would want. I just listened to some men on another YouTube channel talk about how these women out here trying to put babies on men. You know, I listened to a man tell his story on the news network. Don't be dismissive, Rilla. Don't be dismissive. Okay, your body language is telling me you're being a little dismissive here. He talked about how he was ordered to pay child support for a kid that wasn't his. So I would think legitimation would be a good thing, right? Most men are out here in our communities are making babies outside of wedlock. Just like you say, most Black women make babies outside of wedlock. That is true. 72% of Black fathers have had their kids outside of wedlock. That is a fact. I'll put it up in just a little bit. So legitimation seems like it would be important. But I did want to address both of y'all. Like, Jovo, you were like, foster care kids, they need that, right? Rilla, so that was kind of like in favor of child support. But then Rilla, you were like, well, no, some men have hardships, right? And I can understand that. Some men have different hardships. Rilla, you did talk about how some men have hardships. You might have lost your job. Maybe you had a big emergency in your house, right? You had a fire, something broke. You know, your finances for that month look a little different, you know? So you might not be able to pay your child support that month, right? So you're both giving reasons for your argument, right? Those are valid reasons. I want us to address the masses. Like, we can address the nuances and the exceptions all day. I'm trying to figure out the masses. That's where I'm a little stuck.
Okay, so
help me understand. Because like, really, you asked Darwin, tell me about those men, right? Maybe I'm wrong, but my thinking is that you thought he was gonna say they ain't got no jobs, they out here bumming, they pookies and ray-rays. Okay, that's fine. But who are these men? Who are these men where, and it's not just men, but most people who pay child support are men, right? And not all of them are Black men. I'll pull up the stat. Hold on. How many Black men? I got to find it. I'm going to find it for you.
I would also like to point out that it's a lot of...
how is it that, like, who are these men, and like, if they're able to pay, why is it an issue for them to pay on a monthly basis? Because hardships don't happen all the time. And then
Ashley, I just gave you a gang of reasons on why they don't want to pay. And that's the truth. Ain't no the guys can deny it if they want to, but it's the truth. They don't. First of all, it's pride. They don't want they don't want someone to say you have to pay this. But if they was really on the ball, they wouldn't have to have a third party even tell them anything. Me, example, I have two baby mothers. One has me on child support, the other one doesn't. Now, the one that has me on child support, I'm cool with her. We have a great relationship, friends, we go out, perfect. The other one that doesn't have me on child support, this is the one I've been fighting, trying to get custody of my son for about 13 years. So I know the exact day that my daughter's mother put me on child support, and I know exactly why she put me on child support. And at first I had a hard time dealing with it, but then as I got older, I understood that sometimes it's not just about the money. It's about women need to depend on that man. My baby mother asked me for some shoes for my daughter, and I didn't take it. It was for school. And I was like, okay, whatever. She can get them. They only like $40, whatever. I didn't do it. Then I pulled up in a nice car, and she put me on child support. In my mind, it was like, oh, she see me driving this. Oh, she on some bull with this, with that. And then when I talked to her, she was like, no, I asked you for some shoes. You ain't get them, this and that. This is after I bought maybe 6 or 7 more pairs of shoes. She still was on that one pair of shoes. She still was talking about that one pair of shoes that I didn't buy. So, yeah, the boy in me was like, man, you petty. But when I got a little bit mature, I understood. At that moment, she depended on me, my daughter's father, to do something for my daughter, and I didn't come through. So now, instead of depending on me, she went to a third party to depend on. Yeah, I can sit there and be mad about it, like, oh, you put the courts in my business. I don't want nobody telling. But guess what? If I would have came through like I should have, I would not be on child support to this day. So this is my thing. A lot of guys have these excuses on why they don't want to be on child support, and it means nothing. Just pay the money. Just pay. It's not that hard. If
Rilla, come back. I'm trying to understand this too. I don't get it. I don't get why. What is the deal?
I'm sitting up here listening to bro, and bro, listen. My mama had me in Payless shoes. You literally telling me, bro, that you said I wouldn't have been on child support if I had just got the shoes that she wanted. That sounds like a hurt issue. Oh, wait, hold on, Raven. And I know you've been quiet, so I want you to get in here for show. So I'm definitely gonna pipe down after you.
I hope so.
Let me do it now.
No, finish. I want to hear.
What happened?
I just explained. It's not about the shoes. It's not about the money. It's not about the material thing. It's about she dependent. She depended on me.
What did she depend on? What? Okay, listen. What part of you getting her shoes, and you supplied her shoes, okay? What part of you getting her the shoes that the mama didn't want means that you didn't come through for your seed? Unpack that for me and help me understand. Because I see Canon shaking her head, which means so that means if you had got the Diodors, the Sauconys, or the Jordans that the mother wanted, you wouldn't be on child support.
It wasn't about what the mother, it was school shoes.
I got that
school shoes that I didn't get. It wasn't, she wanted to stunt and flex. It wasn't about that. It was about my daughter needed new school shoes. She asked me, can I get them? Obviously, she didn't have the funds or she had to do something. Me being the other parent, she asked me, I had the money. I just didn't prioritize it or think too lightly of it because, like I said, it was only $40. But it's not about the money. I should have came through for my child and my child's mother because, believe it or not, she is family. And I didn't. This is what we need to start thinking. It's not about getting married. Of course, getting married, that's cool. But it's about how we treat our women. At the end of the day, most marriages fail. So at the end of the day, you need to make sure that you have a relationship with that parent in a way that y'all can be cohesive and raise this child. And most men don't do that. And I'm not just talking because I went through it. I'm just talking because I see it all the time. I see how these fathers talk to their child's mother. I see how they take everything lightly, and sometimes you got to drop their ego. They trying to control the woman. They don't want to give her this money because they want to feel like if I give her this money, you know, or maybe if I hold out on the money, she'll be calling me more. She'll need me. I can try to control a little something over there by holding out. These are the excuses I see all the time. Now, I know there are men that don't have these excuses like you, Rilla. You probably have a legit excuse on why you don't want to pay child support that has nothing to do with controlling or being manipulative or whatever. But that's not the masses. And what we're talking about is the masses right now. The masses.
And
Not
the masses
us.
ain't paying child support. That's
so Ash, you got to bring these
Y'all
numbers
ain't
out.
paying it.
No, wait, hold on. So this is what I would need from you, Ash, because this is what I would postulate. No, I told Raven I was gonna pipe down. Go ahead, Raven.
Wait 1 second, y'all. I'm sorry, y'all. I want to just make sure everybody who's watching knows that we appreciate you very much. I want y'all to subscribe, all right, and share the channel so we can have more great conversations and involve everyone. Yes, like Rilla said, get those likes up. All right, we got 20 people watching and we got 10 likes. So get those likes up. And I also want to shout out some people in the chat. Dara, thank you so much. Tawana says you have expenses with children, so child support is supplement to it. As long as those babies are taken care of, what's the problem? Oh, I'm sorry. She wrote that to someone else, but that is something that's in the chat. We have Mr. Research TV in the house. He's backstage. We're going to bring him on in just a little bit. Thank you, Kay, for joining us. We really appreciate y'all. All right. I want to remind y'all, though, I love y'all. I love y'all, myself included. Let's try to keep our answers as concise as possible so we can get as many people in as possible. Go ahead.
Hey, Ashley, you mind if I speak to this real quick?
Yeah. Well, let Mrs. Understanding go, and then Daryl.
Oh, yeah. No. How you doing, Miss Understanding? You look nice tonight.
Yeah, she's so glowing. And so let Mrs. Understanding go. Daryl, I wanted Rilla to finish his point. Okay. Well, let's bring on Mr. Research. He's gonna be your backup. And then we can come back to the conversation. Go ahead, Mrs. Understanding.
Thanks, guys. You guys said a lot. Jeez Louise. I had a whole conversation planned out, but you guys touched on so much. I know we said we're going to stop doing anecdotal, but my dad was on child support in the state of Georgia. We had a lengthy conversation this morning about child support because, you know, I was a child, clearly. And my parents had us when they were in high school. So for them, or for him particularly, child support was different. But to Rilla's point, you know, just because they had us in high school, just because my dad had to struggle to find a job at 18 years old, didn't mean we didn't still need daycare, diapers, food, clothing, shelter. None of those things stopped. My mama still had to prepare those. Well, they had a big family, so it was a family concept. That's why this whole nuclear parents only kind of thing is weird to me because, you know, I grew up in a whole village. This was not just a 2-parent household. It was like a 18 adult household. But I think it's interesting because he had 3 households to take care of. He was a full-time truck driver, and he still thinks child support is a necessary evil because at the end of the day, just because your car broke down doesn't mean Junior doesn't need to eat. Just because you lost your job doesn't mean he still doesn't need school clothes. If the state has to step in and take care of that, I mean, it's unfortunate, but it's something that, you know, happens. I don't understand. I think if the conversation was geared more toward visitation, and like you had a lot of dads like actively going up there, like, you know what I really want is my child. Forget all this child support. I want my child. Not 10, 15 years after the child has been on this earth, but immediately. When the child, immediately go up there and start asking for split custody. Like Darwin said, if you love your child like you love your child, you're going to keep going, fighting or whatever. Or, I mean, you would pick a better woman to have a child with to begin with, and you wouldn't be doing so much fighting, I guess. I don't know. I mean, I always hear that we're supposed to pick better, so I'm trying to figure out where that goes in this conversation.
I think it's on both sides, unless you've been married before. But most of us ain't been.
Exactly. Majority of Black people don't get married in
general.
Have their kids. Yeah.
They, you know, they don't do
But
that.
Child rearing is so much more than just finances. So I think if you're going to be the non-custodial parent and you're not going to see your child every day, keep it a stack. let's be realistic here. You expect her to be there every day after school, whether they have a bad day or not. Your little stinky $300 a month is not going to help them when they get booed off stage at the talent show. Like, that's not going to do anything for them. So keep it a stack with yourself, with your whole situation. You know you're not there every day. Be honest. Be introspective. If it's honestly for the best interest of the child, what's the problem here?
All right, Daryl. Daryl, go ahead.
All right. Well, first of all, thank you guys for being here. Darwin, how you doing, sir? I think you and Rilla the only married men here. I'm still a young blood, still figuring my ways out. Hopeless romantic here, man. I made a lot of bad choices. Let's be transparent. I had my first son when I was 19. 2 years later, I had my second child, my daughter, and then I had my other son. So I got 2 boys, 2 girls, man. Never been married, but also never been on child support, right? So I am familiar with the system, though. I have been to court. Just recently, I spoke to you a little bit about it, in the background, Ashley. Even just recently, I had a situation, where CPS was called on me. I was very disappointed. And in that situation, I had to provide evidence of taking care of my child. I had to provide proof of income. I had to provide proof that I can actually take her to school, all these different things, right? And she's still here. God is good. But I agree with I can't lie. I agree with Darwin. I definitely agree with Darwin. I'm not saying I disagree with Rilla, but what Darwin said is a lot of dudes. This is all about ego and insecurity, Darwin. Ego and insecurity, just like I said last time, and that's something men we need to sometimes self-reflect, right? And be honest with each other. That's why I said again, recently the stuff that I was going through, I had to realize how much of it can I really look at myself and say, this is your fault. And when he said she needed stuff for school, it wasn't about the shoes. It was the dependability. Now, I know you're married to Lady Canon, but let's talk about like the woman that you were talking about. If she was calling you back in those days when you guys was hooking up, she could depend on you to come drop some of that pipe down, right? And these men move in those same ways. You are dependable when it comes to the pipe game. You're dependable when it comes to wanting something out of me, but you're not dependable when I actually need you. And I think we spoke about this last time. My father taught me that if a woman wants to be spoiled, she has to be loyal. But it's the same thing with men, right? It's the same exact thing. You want a certain type of treatment. You want to be the man of the household. You don't want to be on child support. Then you got to provide. You absolutely got to provide. And then the active part, actually, that's why I actually want to talk about. Out of all of my 4 children's lives, I'm only like how you describe active, there every day. Wake up with her, run in bath water, feed her. I only do that with my baby girl, right? My other children live with their mother due to court systems, right? But even still, I'm not on child support because everything that I can do, I do. And that's one of the things that men just got to be honest. We're not Superman. We're not Clark Kent. We're not the highest earners in this country, and Black men never will be. But if we do what we can do, and we have women that fall into their femininity and actually be, I think Jovo, I think you said it last time, manage your expectations. Is that how you put it? We have to
I live by it. You should too.
I like that. I carried that with me. We have false expectations, like Lady Canon said in the back chat. A lot of these people have children with trolls, Pookie and Ray Rays, and that's what they call them. But then they're chameleons, right? They themselves don't self-reflect, right? And I think that's one of the worst things that we do. And I talked to you about this, I think yesterday, Ashley. We know for a fact as Black people, whether you went to college or not, that 2-parent households lead to children in less poverty, less crime, more education, right? And oh yeah, really, you muted, but I heard you say I'm right. I saw you. I'm reading your lips, my brother. But we do ourselves such a disservice by this fighting. Lay your ego aside. Do what you can for the child so the child can have the best outcome. I was in a situation last year, and I'm going to go over to somebody else. Me and Leia's mom weren't even together when she was living with me. Rent still paid to this day. The rent is still paid. What I was doing was I would sleep in a separate room. Ashley, I told you, the young lady I was talking to, I would talk to her every single day, all night, right?
Mm-hmm.
The reason why I would never fly that person into my house was because I was sacrificing that pleasure of just having women all over and being a bachelor so I can have my daughter in a 2-parent household. That's a fact. Many of us are not, we're not, we're not about to, self-reflect the way we need to. That way we can come to the right decision. That's why I like to talk to men like Darwin and Rilla who are married, because listen, I don't know what I'm doing out here, right? How can a lot of us men are raised in single parent households when we don't see men be men, Darwin? We don't get to see what you and Rilla talked about tonight. We'll never see that. You know what we see? We see Snoop Dogg, we see the Dog Pound, we see Future, right? And we emulate those things. We even call those shit culture. We're not talking about what you and Rilla talking about. That's not culture. The bullshit is, right? So I think that's one of the major problems is we need to self-reflect, drop our egos, drop our insecurities, and do what's best for the children and sacrifice what we need to sacrifice. That's just my
And
opinion.
I think I dropped my ego, and I think that's the main reason me and my child's mother is on good terms today. Because when I start making more money, she start getting those child support letters on increase and stuff like that. She'll call me and be like, they just send me another letter. They try to get more money from you. So I'm just gonna rip it up. Now, let me would have went against the grain and like I'm not paying child support, woo this, woo that. When them same letters start coming in, she'd have been signing off on like, yeah, let me get all that. He making more money, let me get that. So if you work with it's not always about you. You have to look at I know we don't want to look at our ex and be like and find a way to help her out in any way we can, but that's how I am. I want my child's mother to be successful. I want to help her any way she can, because the better that she's doing, the better that my child is doing. So that's why I work with her so hard. That's why I work with both of my kids so hard. I do this, and sometimes I sacrifice things that I want for them. Not even my kids, but for them. They taking care of my kids. I'm not there every day. Like Daryl said, I'm not there every day. Sometimes I feel guilty about that, but like you said, the court system is the court system, and they taking great care of my kids. So I don't have a problem dishing out no money. I mean, I really don't. Now, if you have a bugaboo baby mother that you know is not taking care of the kids, then of course, by all means, go to court and get custody. Then you won't have to pay child support.
So what is Darwin?
Let me bring on Mr. Research. I know where. I know.
No, go ahead.
I want to stick to my word though. Go. Hi, Mr. Research.
Hey, how you doing?
All right. Thank you so much.
All right. I had to come up here and help Shy because it's like 1 against 6. So I had to come up and help him. You know what?
Don't help me, Mr. Research. Help the kids.
Yeah,
help the kids.
Don't
help me. I don't need the help.
You're right. And that's what I'm really going to do. I'm going to try not to be long-winded. I'm going to try to get to my uppercuts, because sometimes people tell these long proximity anecdotal stories. So let's just agree first. Let me agree with Mr. Hill first. Most dudes don't rep right. Most human beings don't rep right. When Jennifer Hudson tried to run from her responsibility, we needed Darren Hill to step up. When Sherry Shepherd tried to run from her responsibility the same way these dudes do, we needed Mr. Hill to come out from the woodwork and say, Sherry Shepherd, you have that in this community. We don't sit up here when the lady does the exact same thing. Now, I'm not saying he didn't do that at some point in time. I ain't saying he didn't have a discussion with the Canon, with the Hill family. I'm saying when we come into these public spaces, we got to be fair for both sides. So I'm going to start off fair. Mr. Darren is right, Shy, that a lot of dudes don't rep as they should. And kind of like what the young Mr. Long said, a lot of times our money ain't right, but we out here slinging pipe and we don't understand the responsibility of that. But now let's get to the other half that maybe is bigger than anecdotal, which is Ashley's real question. How many people on the panel really knew that there's 4 different books to family law? The married people don't even follow the same portion of family law that the unmarried people do. So when we come up and we make these grandiose statements about these evil black men, sometimes we forget that part of it. How about how I got introduced? I have no kids, but I've had father of record. Some woman claiming the kid is mine. and I have to pay money. Ashley kind of spoke on it. There's been 2 or 3 gentlemen that have to pay 50 G's for a kid that DNA says ain't theirs. I need people like Mr. Darren to get on those public platforms along with his nice wife and say, that's not right also. That's the point I think Shy was trying to get to. It's a human experience with this dude. But to Mr. Darren's credit, and I'm about to wrap up here, Shy, you and I have to also be honest that he has a greater point that we have a culture of dudes out here off code, and then when they get caught up, they ain't got their lawyer game right to do what's necessary. I know it feels bad, but that's a fact. I'm gonna share the mic because I don't like being long-winded. I think everybody needs to speak.
I appreciate that, Mr. Research. You did on I thought you go come on here and be all acting all crazy, but you couldn't.
Well, Mr. Research, because I think you and I have talked before, Mr. Research.
All the time for public speaking, so I always try to keep myself under 90 seconds.
Mr. Research, I think you and I have spoke before, and so what I would ask is, if you're saying that there are a number of men, there are a majority of men, right, who are not on a function, I would just ask for like, what are those numbers? Because what I was postulating is that, again, in line with the concept of, and it hasn't been proven, hasn't been disproven, that there are a certain segment of men who have multiple children with multiple mothers in our community. It stands to reason to me that those men are not paying their obligations. What I do know is, and you're right, married people don't go through the same process that unmarried people go through, which is why when we had, amazingly enough that you said that, because when I had the conversation with the woman around legitimation, it wasn't even a thought in her mind that I was actually married to the mother of my daughter, right? It didn't even cross her mind that I'm saying I'm already on child support, and I already explained to why I was having this anyway. So my point being is, Mr. Research, can you quantify the number of men that are on child support not meeting their obligations? And am I off in my theory that if there are men like Futures, Nick Cannons, who are impregnating women in our community, multiple women, right? Because the other thing is, I said earlier, as I understand it, most of the child support orders do not come from women going to the courthouse and requesting child support. They come from divorce proceedings.
Right. So, quick answer.
I'm trying to find that stat though, because most women have children outside of wedlock in our communities. And
so here's how it breaks down.
Yeah.
So here's how, and I'm glad we're not anecdotal anymore. So full disclosure, I currently work in medical. I work in medical finance. I used to work at the CDC up the street on Clifton, up the street from Emory on Clifton. So I've been in this statistical versus real numbers. So let me give you guys an audience so that way we can always understand what this means. Real numbers is paper trail. Same thing you learn in algebra. If there's a paper filing, that's a real number. That's not a statistic. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. A mathematical expression is something. Well, Miss Jov, she goes to the store. Jovo, Miss Jovo, she goes to the store 12 times a week. Okay, I'm going to say, how do you get that metric? Are you watching her go to the store? How often is that person you're watching out there to see if she goes to the store? And that's when it becomes a statistic, because the variable will come into play. But when it's a paper trail, it's not. So with that said, Shy, it comes down to this. Because they have so many Black males specifically who don't have children, and they know that based on births in related to who goes to court, in related to who goes to the social system. There's a tracking there. And they know the number of males that was birthed, i.e. Black. And here's the problem though, that kind of leans to Darren's win. They track it from 15 on up. They don't track it from 18 on up. You see what I'm saying? So there's the variable there that actually helps him win. But I do understand what you're saying. If those 15 on up get into 55% of Black dudes who don't have kids, then yeah, logic would say that there are these women. That's why in men's rights, we've been fighting for an auditing system for so long that would meet all of these arguments together, where women would have to fill out, where did the money go? Guys would have to fill out, when did you pay this and pay that? But we have people who've been fighting an auditing system for so long. So in conclusion, and I'll pass the mic, once we stop being anecdotal and just look at the information for what it is as a whole, just like father of record, please go look that up, father of record, which leans to Shai's point, Mr. Hill. You got women out here who are just walking up saying, you know what, Daryl Long is the father of my kid.
Right.
He visited me one time in New Jersey, and I done put him down. Daryl ain't found out until 5 years later when they seized his bank account. That's a real thing that's happening. In
Michigan, they call it dad by default.
Yeah, dad by default. The legal term is called father of record. So those things are out there. And again, I point you again to Jennifer Hudson ducking her responsibility. She falls into this man category. You tried to lie and say this man hit you. You did all this type of stuff. And everybody in the lady community just hid under the thing because it made their hero look bad. But then you had Sherry Shepherd, same thing. You were supposed to take care of responsibility with that kid. You ducked. So yes, Black men need to get better. Black men are at fault. I'm gonna pass the mic to what you guys have to say because I want to get answer.
I hear everything you said, but I don't.
That's
I
why
just
I support
can't.
legitimation right there.
Really,
Legitimation is the auditing.
No, I think he's saying auditing in terms of, correct me if I'm wrong, in terms of like who can what, but also where the money is being allocated. And I agree with that. I think that maybe some of these men will be a little bit more at ease if they knew where their money was going. You know,
well, is it really about ease or is it about parenting? I think that's the other part of this as well. Is it about ease or is it about parenting? Because I'm parenting in a 2-parent home. You know, I'm married, got a daughter, 10 years old, and me and my husband have decided that this stretch of marriage, in the first 7 or 8 years, it was about us. You know, that's what it was about. And then this little person came along, and now it's like it's still somewhat about us, but the pie is slicing different. And so we look at parenting, even in this 2-parent household, as okay, we got us over here, but then we got STEM camp, then we got school shoes, because you know my daughter went up two shoe sizes in one school year. We got uniforms because she goes to an academy. We have hair. and mama deals with that. We have, you know, all these different things that come up, field trips and educational opportunities. They're not always free, but I guess for me as a parent, I'm not even going to question it. If it's something that she needs, if it's something that's going to contribute to her education, if it's something that's going to contribute to a better quality of life, I'm going to do it.
But Joe,
and yes, I see the guy's face. I have a home set up to what Rilla has been saying. I have a home situation set up where that is we're able to do that.
Okay, we're able to do that. Can I ask you this?
But I don't think you could quantify parenting.
Okay. So then why is it? Okay, let me ask you this. Why is it
not all
okay,
of
so wait, Joe. So if that's the case, and you're right, you can't quantify parenting. Explain to me why is it so easy for the custodial parent to negate the vision and the direction of the non-custodial parent, which 9 times out of 10 tends to be the man, right? The non-custodial, let's say 8 times out of 10. So his vision for how he wants his children raised, you know what they told me when, and this is not anecdotal. I'm using it myself as an example, but I'm not saying this is anecdotal. This happens in divorce proceedings and in mediation. When I went to fight for joint custody, you know what they told me? No, you need to have, this is supposed to be somebody that's unbiased, objective, looking at both sides of the spectrum. Now they're telling the breadwinner, I'm turning custody over to the non-breadwinner, which means I got to continue to do what? Go out here and get the bread. You know who they said was the best decision maker for our children? The person that didn't go get the bread and the resources to provide for them.
Well, I mean,
Okay. Can I
now I know y'all finna listen.
Again,
Hey, research. Now I need your help,
I'm gonna
research.
let
I've
somebody
been
else
patient.
respond.
I've been patient.
Okay.
Like, because
Jovo, real fast,
I don't even understand why y'all come off the mic like
But
that.
listen, try to listen. Jovo, 1 minute. Canon, 1 minute. Go. You gonna answer?
Go ahead, lady.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna let Canon go because she has been waiting.
See, I was so patient. I've been patient, but
Okay.
no, but okay. This is herein lies the problem or the issue for me in the ideology, right? Let me just go ahead and give this disclaimer because everything is heard so biasly. There are some issues in the family court and in the child support system that needs to be addressed. It is very nuanced. It is very difficult. It is very messy because the entire situation is messy. And it's going to be very difficult for a government agency to come in and legislate families. So there are critiques and there are things like that, right? But herein lies, again, my issue with, I think there's a disconnect with, especially what I hear in these spaces, with wanting this patriarchy so bad to be like, oh, the man is the breadwinner and he do this and he do that. The woman take care of the kids and she gonna do this. And you don't understand that one of the criteria for who gets custody and why most of the time it ends up being the mom is because one of the criteria is who is the primary caretaker of that child. And some of the criteria on being a primary caretaker is, do you know the teachers' names? Do you go up to the school for a parent teacher? I'm not saying you haven't. I'm saying in general. Do you go up to the school for parent teacher conferences? Do you take the kids to the doctor? Do you take the kids to the dentist? Are you the one who is bathing the kids every night? Are you buying the clothes? Yes, I'm serious. Most of the time, those are things that are left to women to do. That's what men do in the household because they're like, it's a patriarchy. They're like, I'm going to go out and do X, Y, Z, and you're going to do this. And then they turn around when it gets to the court system and get mad about it. Is all that I'm saying. This is why I actually advocate for a more egalitarian type of relationship. Because I think that is important. Because I think that, especially if you want to be an active and involved father, like my husband, he take my daughter to, like, if we ever probably got into a custody thing, we probably have all types of issues because he goes up there and talks to the teachers too, just like me. He takes my daughter to the dentist, just like me. He puts her in the bath. He gets her. He does all the stuff that I do. He does it as well, intentionally to have a more egalitarian situation. But what I'm saying is too many times it's the one thing we want these patriarchal ideas, but then when you split up, all of a sudden you want to be, oh, it's not a patriarchy no more. No, it's still a patriarchy. You go make the money and you let them go take care of the kids and make all the decisions in the house. That's what you've been doing. What's the problem? I don't understand.
Canon, listen, that is not even patriarchy. Because listen, under patriarchy, even everything you saying, I'm still leading on how her child is raised.
Exactly.
What are you talking about?
But Rilla, you can still lead, but you asked why women.
Yes, did you hear what I said? I said, why is it that the man still doesn't have the ability?
Because you're not in the house anymore.
Like,
so what?
Literally just explained it.
This is why I'm telling you why that patriarchal way.
Are you familiar with the
your house?
Yeah. We
can break up.
We can label it patriarchy.
I'm explaining to you that why that patriarchal situation, when you break up, causes a problem for you. That's why.
Look,
now you're not in the house. How are you gonna be making decisions in somebody else's house?
Your reason for you thinking you should get custody is because you make the most money. And what the court's saying, the reason that
I never said that. I never said I should get custody.
Well, actually, the family law books say that, Darren. Even though they don't follow it. The family law book actually says whoever makes
Darwin.
Oh, I'm sorry, Darwin. Actually, the family law book said whoever makes the most money had the best home, so they don't follow it. But I understand. I understand why they're going against what Shai is saying, because when we bring in the patriarch part of it, patriarch is the appearance of how that's supposed to go. But if you just stick to the legality, it gets kind of funny. I mean, I'm gonna stick with Shy on that side. It gets real inconsistent. But when we do bring patriarchy into it, it does rock. Let me give you this other quick thing before Miss J speaks. I ain't gonna mess up your name. Just so say Miss J. Title 4. Please go look this up. You ever wonder where the interest and the late fees go? They go to the Treasury of the United States of America. So going back to Shy's point, even though he didn't make this point, there's a vested interest to come in between. I can go into Darren's situation that he has with his child, say, hey, Miss Jones, here's a paper that we drafted from a paralegal. Darren is going to give you X amount of dollars at X amount of for X amount of months. He's also going to sit up here. We have put in the garnishment paper just in case Darren whatever to go left. How about we drop you off of this child support? We go to the family court. We put this in place, and you still get the same money off a PayPal card, and you also have the garnishment paper if someone was to go left. Still the same thing. So to her patriarch point, we as patriarchs need to be able to come with that type of thing. To Mr. Darwin's point, we as the guys, we need to put ourselves at the forefront of those things and not as what they doing to me is wrong. So I understand both sides, but go ahead, you guys.
So, Rilla, I do want to address this, like, because I get what Ken is saying, and now let me be clear. There are some situations where a man should be the custodial parent, right? About 9% of all custodial parents or of all homes that are parented by one parent are led by men, right? About 9%, 8 to 9%, right? Only 2% of them are Black men, but 8 to 9% of them are single parented by men. And I believe the same thing. Those men should have some support. Now, men, for various reasons, don't go seeking that support. But generally speaking, women are awarded custody. And if I understood you correctly, you were asking, well, why is that? How is it that the breadwinner, the person who's making the most money, is the one who doesn't get custody? Well, because of your patriarchal and your man of the household, woman is the home caretaker. Her place is the home and the nurture of the children ideology. This has been consistent throughout our American history, right? So men provide, women take care of the children. So I don't understand why, because your relationship doesn't work out, that all of a sudden should be different. So I want you to.
What I was asking was, I'm not talking about patriarchy, matriarchy. I'm saying if the man is perceived as the breadwinner, and even when that man is paying child support, how is it, and go back and rewind the tape, how is it that he doesn't have any say or his say so in how that child is raised is negated? Then I went anecdotal and said, even in mediation, they told me, no, we're not going to do joint custody. You need one custodial parent. This is in Georgia, a custodial parent and a non-custodial parent to make the decisions of where the child goes for school, where they go for health care, and whether you don't need to be.
Remember what I said about Georgia. Remember what I said.
So no.
Because we have literally been over this already. We've already went over this.
Listen.
You cut people off 1,000 times.
My experience is very different from yours, because when I went to court for all of this, guess what happened? The judge was in favor of me. I didn't get my child still stay with his mother, but he asked me what days you want him, what activities you want him in. I got everything I wanted. He wasn't even thinking about what she was talking about. You want to know why? Because when I first started, I went in the court system not ready. But when I finally got ready and I knew how to talk to the court system, I knew how to play
exactly.
When I got everything lined up, I went in there and I sliced and diced. I got everything.
Okay.
Whoa. Before you say that, Sean.
Hold on. Wait. Because I'm going to ask Mr. Research.
You don't just get
it's many times that we go into these situations that we not comfortable, that we not
Yo, we
savvy
literally,
in,
I've
especially the court
literally
system, especially with black men. We're not savvy in the courtroom
in the
because
state
we
okay,
try to
I
stay
got
away
you.
from the courts,
Cool.
the police, and all this. But
Got
in the
you.
meantime, we
That's
still
fair.
need to get knowledge about this stuff because sooner or later it's going to come in handy.
So how
And
many
then when we
men?
do try to enthrall
Darwin.
ourselves into the courts,
Cool.
we go in there with this egotistical attitude, like we supposed to get something.
No.
So let's get back to real question. Let's get back to
Okay,
real
wait. I'm sorry, Ashley, please, just real quick, and then I'm dropping down to like 5 minutes because I got to attend to my wife. Just really quick, Darwin, can you tell me the percentage of men in Georgia or Illinois? Because I would say in Illinois it operates a lot different, and I know this for a fact because Illinois is just now coming into a place where they acknowledge like domestic. They just came into acknowledging like domestic violence against women like 10 years and pursuing that actively. Like that's 10 years ago, bro. I'm talking about Georgia. You're comparing Illinois to Georgia, and what I'm saying is child support across state lines ain't even the same. So can you tell me, let's take away the fact that you did your due diligence, bro. You put in work. You fought for however many years, and I'm not minimizing or disrespecting. I just don't remember how long you say you fought for to get your seat. Can you tell me how many men in the state of Illinois that actually hired an attorney who's trained to advocate on their behalf got custody of their seeds?
Okay, he can't do that, Shy. He can't because there's no metric for that. So just to answer your question, prove Darwin's point, what I tell all my fans is what I call rule number 2. Always keep a lawyer on deck for everything, every little thing. The problem is that I can't hear you, but the problem is that the system does change from month to month. I mean, from a state to state, from county to county, from judge to judge. Judge Ashley can be in the same building as Judge Long and just hate the fact you got glasses. And because they don't like to, we right now in men's right are fighting to get cameras in family court. We've been fighting
Preach,
for
Mr.
years.
Research.
We've been fighting for years because we know it's inconsistent like that. When certain people don't win, women tend to do this more than guys, but women will sit up here trying to get other women to get judges kicked off the bench. Oh, she's against women or he's against women. No, it's just like what Mr. Darwin said. We got to be consistent. He got a lawyer. He happened to be winning. Why are we mad? So yeah, you're right in theory, Shy. It's just that the problem is that going back to Ashley's greater point, or even Miss Hill's greater point, because we're the guy, we should have been told, like the Jewish guy and the Latin guy, always keep this lawyer on deck. The minute my wife goes left, get this lawyer, That's what we need. But see, we're like, hey, let's get along. We love the black family. Let's talk about it. And we guys fool ourselves into that. And that's really the crust of the issue. We have to have a culture of being on our legal game. It isn't to say that you're wrong and they're right, Shy. It's just that they're more so correct because the structure of being an adult over 26, you gotta have your lawyer on deck for everything.
But not even that. It's been consistent with how our entire society has been set up. And really, I know you're not like one of these black mano guys, right? But this is how America. Women take care of the children, men provide. So, and really, I want to get back to your question. You were asking, like, why don't you get more say-so over the child's life? I agree. You should have some say-so over the school, activities. I think some decisions though may not make sense for you because you're not there in the home. You're not there. So if you don't know the child's mental state, how can you say, oh, this doctor is better than that doctor? Like, I don't know. I want you to go ahead and elaborate.
Yeah, because again, what I'm ultimately advocating for is restoration of the nuclear. We're not even having this conversation. If we're pushing the nuclear family, but we're saying what can't happen. Okay, cool. So the reason why, and I'll use anecdotal, the reason why I can advocate for who should be seeing my seed is because number one, they on my insurance till they 26. Okay, they're on my insurance. They're not on her insurance. They're
Okay.
on my insurance. So I'm fully capable of finding a doctor to treat my sons. Okay, and let me say this too. I never look at paying child support as I'm paying anything to their mama. I owe my kids that. I pay my kid. I never look at it. That's the way I keep my sanity, by the way. That's a hack for the brothers that may be watching this. It is. Don't ever look at it like you paying child support to that woman, because then you run into stuff where somebody said earlier, there should be accountability list of what she's spending. I don't care where she's spending it. What I care about is because this is the system that you chose to use. What I need the state of Georgia to acknowledge is that debt to my children is satisfied for this month. And I'm cool with that, right? The other stuff I will work with. But Ash, let me tell you something else too. I literally just had a conversation with the mother of my children, and we was trying to negotiate to get my daughter up here to be with me permanently for her last 2 years of school. Do you know, I said, well, why ain't my daughter with me yet? Do you know what she told me?
Mm-hmm.
You could petition the court.
Yeah.
Now, here's my question. If we're adults and we're talking about the best
See,
interest of
here
the
you
child,
go, Shy. Here you go.
I'm just asking.
It don't work like that, Shy.
Because the lady's gonna tell me something different. They gonna help me out.
Don't nobody know the relationship that you have with her, so we can't really say why she's
wait, Darwin. This ain't just
the
me. I'm
thing
not an
is that
anomaly, bro. Wait, hold on, Cannon.
Yeah.
I'm gonna let you cook. Honestly,
Okay.
Darwin, bro, I'm not an anomaly. The same way you sat there and said you sat in that courtroom and you saw plenty of brothers shirking their responsibility. Guess what? I have plenty of conversation with bros that I know are financially stable. I know dudes that have bought houses to be close to their kids. I hear you, research.
Okay, Shy. Look, I love you. I love you, Shy. But I gotta be
keep
honest.
making it seem like it's all of these dudes that's out here that's just reckless.
Shy. The point that's being made is that yes, you are correct, but you're trying to be nice about the end result. If you want the power, you got to get the power all the way. Because at the end of the point, this comes down to who files taxes, who gets to put that kid under taxes. Okay, that's what it really comes down to. So just like with me, I don't plan since I don't have no kids. I plan on having a surrogate child. I'm going to a surrogate company. I'm going to have a child.
Sure.
That way, I don't have to deal with. It doesn't mean I hate women. I just don't want to be part of these discussions. The point that they're trying to make to you is that you got all these houses, you got all this money, go for the juggler and get full custody. Or just like the gentleman, Mr. Hill, say, recognize game that you're doing better now, hire a private detective, sit out at her house, get evidence, and 6 months later, take her to court and get power, get custody.
Wait. Hold on. Research.
I'm going to end right here. We as black men can't be caught up in the kumbaya of why they won't treat me right.
But research, that's not even the angle that I'm coming from, bro. And listen, you've been fighting. I know you've been fighting. We've had conversations. I remember our very first conversation, and I appreciate you for that because you corrected me on a couple of things. And you remember, right? Our first conversation, we was talking about anyway. So
yeah.
Here's the point that I'm making. It's not about a kumbaya moment, because when I have conversations with women, they will tell me everything that the man is not doing and that the woman is acting in the best interest of the child. So when I point out situations that are not in the best interest of the child, I just want to discuss that. I think that's fair.
Yeah, no, I agree with you that that's fair. And I wanted to ask you a question. And before I ask you a question, I just want to go ahead and put this out into the entire atmosphere, okay? I, and my husband will tell you, am a strong advocate for fathers having equal rights to their children. But guess what? You also have to have equal responsibility, period. I feel like fathers are just as instrumental and should have just as much of a say, just as like, this is your kid too. I have a son from a previous marriage that I've never had a situation with his father. I'm like, because that's his dad. It's the same thing with that's my daughter's dad. Even though we're in a house together, like we are both equally responsible for this child. You have equal say. That's my mentality. So I agree with you. 1,000,000%. And I think every woman needs to be like that. This man needs to be just as responsible, but he needs to have just as, like, it's only fair. Like this is their kid too. If you expect them to have just as much responsibility for the kid, then they have to have just as much equal say. Like it has to be a partnership. I agree with you. So what was that?
Let Candid cook.
The question,
we go cook. We go cook. We cooking.
Hold on, babe. The question that I wanted to ask him though was because he said the nuclear family, and I do see these conversations happening a lot, especially in terms of Black people and Black families. What exact time period have Black families been, or what is your definition of a nuclear family? Let's start there. Like, what is your definition of a nuclear
man, husband, father, woman, wife, mother,
and that's it?
Child.
Okay. How and what time period have Black families been predominantly a nuclear family? Do you know?
So we can go. I mean, we can go all. Listen, we can go everything pre 1970, right? We can go all the way back down, and we can. I don't know if this
before Ronald Reagan changed the laws. Before Ronald Reagan changed the laws.
I don't know if this
everything.
Yeah, I don't know if this is a rabbit hole.
Black families have always been extended family systems, not nuclear family system, because it was necessary for the success. We can't get into that individualistic white society concept. That I think that is why we're actually failing. We need those larger networks of community to be successful.
Canon, I'm not disagreeing with you. Yeah. You and I are actually going to agree when I say this. You have to start nuclear. Every family, listen. So you say extended family. So if I take at face value what you say, Big Mama and them, Pawpaw, Meemaw, that's still after you have Mama and Daddy.
It's before, because the mama or the daddy is going to come into that family system, whichever one it is. Yes, the mama or the daddy.
You can't get Meemaw and Pawpaw and TT in them.
Yes. What I'm saying is that the way our families used to be structured
in the South, you can.
Why it was so necessary and it was so successful is because, like, let's say that we had a farm, right? We had a farm. We live on a farm, and it's the son there or whatever. He brings his wife there into that family. Let's say that the female has a family that has a farm, whatever. She brings her husband there into that family. What I'm saying is extended family units is what was most successful for us.
It still goes from the nuclear family.
Like 1940 to like 1960, where we was these cut off nuclear families with one primary sole breadwinner. It's just not.
No. And I'm not even. And nuclear family for me doesn't even mean primary sole breadwinner. It definitely doesn't mean being a man. When I started out with my boo thing, man, she made way more than me. I make way more than her now. Listen. The point that I'm making is, listen, we got to start. And we keep having these discussions, and I don't want us to continue to talk past each other to major on minor just to prove a point. We got to get to the solutions. What research is saying, what Darwin was saying, Canon, what you saying, Joe, you cooking, Daryl, I know he has extensive, and Ash, you're doing an amazing job moderating this panel. Raven, I know I've been over talking you.
What?
I'm in my feminine energy tonight, Raven.
You said we got to get to the start. The start for you is being in a family.
Being feminine doesn't mean over married.
I think the start is respecting each other as equals. That's what I think the start is.
That's a different conversation.
I think the start is, like Canon said, a man should be doing just as much for the kid as the woman. That's far as nurturing, feeding, diapers.
That's never been the case.
A lot of
that's
men.
never been the case.
Huh?
That's never been the case.
And that's the problem.
Why is that a problem? Wait,
Darwin, that's the problem. I agree with him.
Wait. No.
Somebody who's been on both ends.
Listen,
but it's not always realistic.
You talking to somebody. Wait, hold on. Let me tell you.
I've been on both ends of it.
Wait, hold on. You talking to somebody that the day my daughter was born, I went to Target on Old Nat L when they was there. Went on the bus and transported whatever she needed, the bassinet, the diapers, diaper, all that. Went, changed diapers, know how to feed, all that. I know how to feed a child, take care of a child, make them smile, all that.
Again.
Wait, bro.
We talking about men
because I'm trying to figure
general.
out. Listen, bro. Listen. Because you saying, if I'm listening to you, you trying to tell me men and women are equal, and I don't agree with that. Men and women are complements to one another. We're equal in value in the sight of God, but we're complements to one another. That woman is not
Same
supposed to
thing.
match what I'm able to do.
I didn't say
I'm not
match.
supposed to.
Equal doesn't
You said
mean
equal.
match.
It doesn't have to mean the same.
It doesn't
Equal
mean
is exactly
same.
what you said.
Oh, y'all
Equal
finna
in
school me.
value, not the same.
Okay,
Not
y'all finna school me. Tell me what equals means. Because he
You
said
can
the
have-
man should
what you
be
just
able.
said,
You
equal
can have
in
you can have
No,
50
you
pounds of
said
bricks and you
okay.
can
I
have
see
50
why
pounds
y'all
of
married.
feathers. They're different, but they're equal.
No,
That's as basic as I can get.
Darwin. No, Darwin. Because you didn't say you expect Canon to lift 50 pounds of feathers. You said equal.
50 pounds is 50 pounds.
Yeah, you got to understand in 2022, and I know Miss J wanted to say something, but in 2022, the law is what the law is, human beings. It doesn't matter if we got pipes or the other. The law is what the law is. And the unfortunate thing, and look, I'm from the hood. I accidentally got in corporate. You know what I'm saying? So I'm going to keep it 100, man, because I want the audience and for people to learn. Half of the stuff I wouldn't have believed when I was from the block. I wouldn't have believed all this corny stuff that's coming out of my mouth. But guess what? Tigers kill lions. I can't put a tiger in the same cage as a lion. The tiger will kill that lion. Orca whales are not really whales. They're dolphins. So there are certain things on this planet that just is. And I say lovingly to both genders, we're too caught up into how we believe it's supposed to be. And we really got to get the understanding of how it is. I said I'm going to have a surrogacy child, right? I got attacked by black men for that, not women.
Yep.
You know why? You know why I understood why I got attacked by black men?
Yep.
Because they're not used to hearing dudes make those type of moves.
Because
So,
what? They're socialized to do what?
Bang, bang, bang.
God, and that's it.
Yeah.
That's it.
So it's like I had to tell dudes I'm focused on my bloodline child.
Yeah, life isn't just one way. You know,
So I don't have to do all that type of stuff. So I say this again and again. Sure, I'm at 90 seconds already. But I say this again. Hey, look, we got to understand in 2022, we need to be more legal. No matter who's right or wrong, shy or the other side, we got to be more legal the first time. Take that dope money and go get that that a lawyer on retainer the first time.
I got one story. I was posting on Facebook my things that I was going through with my child's mother about getting custody of my son and how I won and everything like that, and how I was successful with visitations and all these proceedings, right? So I got a lot of guys inboxing me, asking me like, what did you do? Can you help me out? Like, what's the first step? And this and that. Maybe about 6 or 7 guys. So I told them what to do. First step, go to court, get that petition in saying what you want in detail and things like that. Do you know I reached out to all of these guys and all of them except one had went to court? I mean, only one went to court to get this. Now, all the other guys had these excuses about, they was asking me questions. They didn't have an excuse, but I can tell that was their excuse because they asked a question like this. If I go to court, is they gonna make me pay child support? Why are you worried about that if your main priority is to get your kid? Why is you worried about that? So, and it's been over a year. They still haven't went to go do these things. Then on the flip side, I have a guy I was out of town with him, went on a guy trip, and we sitting there talking. And he's just bashing his baby mother about she won't let me get my kids. I want custody of my kids, and this and that, and all this other stuff like that, right? And I'm like, why you think she's so mad? He had to hide the fact he even went on a trip. I say, why you think she's so mad? I say, where's she at right now? Probably at home with the kids. I say, where you at right now? Out here with you. I say, oh, okay. You didn't even have to tell her you went on a vacation. You just get up and go. I say, now, do you really want custody of your kids? He laughed and said, no, you right. You right. You want to know why? Men love this freedom that they have. Men do this all the time. They talk a good game about, I want custody of my kids, this, that, but they not really fighting for it. They not, because they really don't want that. They don't want the kids every day waking up, going to sleep with the kids. Now, I'm not saying you really, and I'm not saying it's no men out there to do it, but the majority of men do not want to be feeding kids, waking up in the middle of the night with diapers and bottles because they think that's a woman's job. So why would they want to do that? And that's a fact. Most men think that those types of things are women's jobs. So they don't want the kid when it's time to put in that work. They just want the kid on the days that they want them, Tuesdays or Thursdays, take them to, mama house for Sunday dinner, take some pictures and stuff like that. And this is what's happening. And it's sad because they make it bad for the good ones like you, Rilla, the good ones like me, the good ones like you, Daryl. They make it bad for us. But the system is not going to change for 10 dudes. You know what I'm saying? The system is set up for the majority, and the majority of women need child support, and they still not getting it. So I understand what you're saying, but you have to think outside and think like, hey, it's a whole nother world outside of your world, and these women need the child support for whatever reason that they not getting it. I don't know why, but
and I've been in politics for a while. Things are changing. Even though I don't have kids, I donated 12 G's over a 5-year period to the men's rights thing. We changed Chicago, Tennessee, and California. There is no more father of record. Now, look, I don't benefit from that directly. Peep game. I don't benefit. So we need to start taking some of that stripper money, men, and put it toward the laws we want to see change. Because the actuality, and this is why I come up and say this researched information, because I want y'all to know this stuff got changed when Ronald Reagan and Margaret Hessler changed the laws. Okay, we didn't have majority of these problems before Margaret Hessler, and this is documented, told Ronald Reagan, hey, everything Jimmy Carter did for them black folks, let's change it. A lot of people don't even know. Look, I'm about to blow your mind real quick, Chicago. I've been trying to come on Lapeef and say this for a long time. I might as well say it here. Do you guys know that Jimmy Carter changed that law of father in the home to a 2-parent? Most people didn't even know that. That number one black complaint of can't have a father in the home was changed under Jimmy Carter. He won Congress and forced Arkansas, and once Arkansas fell, I'm doing a paper on it right now because I'm gonna do a YouTube video on it. He forced them to a 2-parent home. Ronald Reagan changed it back to a 1-parent. So so when men have these concerns, my job as a dude from the block is to marry the two. Yes, we have a concern, but we got to take some of that money for whatever it is we doing, and even if it don't affect us, like me, you gotta put it into something that's going to change the law. I understand everything Shai's saying. It shouldn't be like that. It should be like, hey, I'm an honorable person, blah blah blah. But guess what, man? I had to sue my boss one time, and he had to pay me for 2 years. The judge told him, hey, you out of pocket. This dude has been doing everything documented you wanted him to do, and according to your own words, before this woman came and said something to you, and after the court proceedings, I told him I didn't want to do that to you. You allowed this other human being to come and whisper in your ear and tell you how terrible I was during smoke break. You fell victim to the game, but he had to pay me for 2 years. So unfortunately, I learned back in 2001. It ain't about what's right, what's righteous. These are laws. This woman, it don't matter if I'm a good father. Mr. Hale, as much as they getting along right now, and this ain't no negativity to them, if she decided to go left, guess what? He gonna have to come out the pocket 12, 15 G's to fight it. Don't matter whether he right or not. So these are laws, and we as guys got to stop saying, come on, man, what's going? No. First one, it's like
but research.
Call win.
Research. How in the work that you've done, and again, I know I've been on other platforms with you, and you have come out as a staunch advocate for men's rights, and you have documented what you have contributed to the movement, right? So can I ask you, can you quantify or qualify how much help you have gotten for women? Because my position is not about presenting anecdotal. Wait. Because what I'm presenting is, I'm not saying anecdotal for the sake of, hey, I want to be recognized or I want to be acknowledged. What I'm saying is, sisters, as much as y'all see that side, y'all need to see the other side and not minimize that. Because me and Darwin, listen, and we probably will have a conversation offline, because it's for me, my opinion, my observable eye, anecdotal, whatever, I will still contend that I believe that there's a number of men contributing to the numbers of what amount of child support is not being paid. And I will guarantee that those men who are in that record, like the men who can say, well, I have children or a child with one mother, the men who have children with multiple mothers outnumber those men. And that's what I would contend. And so what I'm trying to get the sisters to understand and see is that you have to see both sides of it and be willing to advocate equally, objectively on both sides.
Okay, here's the problem. Here's
I
the
don't
problem.
even
You
understand
don't
what
know
that
that quantitatively, though.
Here-
How
here-
can
here-
you say that? How can you say that the ones who aren't paying child support are the ones who have multiple children and who are the Pookies and Ray Rays? How do we know that?
Because we've had these conversations multiple times, and we know with the observable eye that those, like, okay, again,
But what's
go ahead, research.
statistical,
Go ahead,
though?
research.
Look. Let me just say this. Look, I love women, but unfortunately, ladies are stuck on womanhood. The only ladies who understand black sons is the women who have black sons or have loved their dads and uncles. We have a problem in the black community where women don't realize back in the days when black women couldn't get jobs, and the white and Mischelle and Ashley may find this interesting, when white women didn't even want black men black women working in the same building as them, it was black men giving them jobs. It was black men who created Reed Brooms. It was black men who created the Pullman Union. They created the first National Black Economics Women Convention. Black women didn't do that for themselves. White women didn't do. White women told black women to get in the back of a feminist line, which is why.
We know that.
Right.
Darren.
Huey Newton
I'll
was
wait
a
till verse
strong
this.
Hold
proponent
on. Let me
of
rock real
black
quick.
women
That's all
being in the
facts.
workforce.
That's why you will never see a black white feminist in the same picture with the black woman feminist, because they was all told to get in the back of the line. So the problem is, you are right, Rilla. It's just that our ladies, unless they have sons or some great experience with the black man, former husband or whatever, they don't necessarily have empathy for that. And you can't, and I can't sit around waiting for the empathy. Proof of this is you don't even see a lot of black women hire black men, which is why our EEOC is so high. Our EEOC wouldn't be as high for black men as if we had both people hiring. But look, I'm not tearing down women. It's just the answer to your question is you'll never truly get balanced like that, because many of our ladies are focused on one thing: womanhood first. And while guys, we're trying to be kumbaya, we're just now getting into this man first, son first mentality. The darn Mexicans and Portuguese been on that machismo for a long time. Jewish people been having bar mitzvahs for their son for a long time. So you can't bring that, or you shouldn't bring that argument to the table, because it's culturally not part of us here in America. So
But not even that, though. And I mean, I heard you say that a few times. Like, you're advocating for men to empower themselves legally. Now, it kind of breaks my heart. It makes sense, but it kind of breaks my heart, because that's telling me, okay, black men don't trust black women to do right by them. And I understand why you all think that. There are tons of women who don't do right by black men. It just keeps bringing me back to, and I think we all keep coming back to, well, who are these people? Who are these men who aren't taking care of their kids? And how many of them are black men? We don't know that. And then of those men who are black, like, who are they? Like, are they the Pookies and Ray Rays? Are they the ones who have multiple baby moms? Like, we could all sit here and give anecdotes all day, but you can't definitively say that. And then, like, we can have compassion for men like you, Rilla, men like you, Darwin, Daryl. I know a lot of great fathers, right? We can have compassion, but the system doesn't just include you guys. So let's say we get rid of child support, then what happens to all the kids that don't have men like you all?
I've sat in court
can't
and a
rely
judge.
on this belief that you guys are not an anomaly, you can't rely on that.
I've sat in court and saw the judge issue out $50 every 2 weeks to guys, and they still had a problem with that. So it's funny to me. I don't have no. I will always say child support because it's just money. Just give up the money. What's the worst that can happen if you give your child's mother some money? I'm not understanding. Oh, I've had hardships, plenty of days. Cars break down. We jail situations, all types of things. Guess what? My child support still got paid. It wasn't never excuse for me. It's never going to be an excuse for me not to provide for my child. I don't care what's going to happen. You just have to make a way. If something happens, as men, you have to. If you take pride in providing, you can't not take pride when something happens. Like, oh well, this happened, I just can't. No, you got to go hustle, go do something else, provide. If you take pride in that,
I call it the $40 dinner argument, Darwin. I call it the $40 dinner argument. You know the dudes who ain't stressing $100 for a plate versus the dudes who have a full-blown argument over the plate being over $25. It's that argument. So you do have a group of dudes. That's why I said it's really a cultural thing. We're not. That's why I encourage guys to be managers or employers. Don't ever be an entrepreneur. Ever. Be either an employer or a manager, because an employer has actual employees. Anybody can have a kiosk at the mall and be an entrepreneur. But once you start taking on other people, they need for you to represent every week. They believe in your company. They trying to feed their kids off of this. So we do have a demographic of dudes I call the work with your hands crowd, but we're not in that era no more. And if you are, then you need to be, just like Darren said, you need to be about this pocket. I tell these dudes an easy way to go retain a lawyer, and really take this with you to all your Chicago fans, any guy that got a complaint. Easy. Take $200, go through type in 2018, 2019, 2020 family law lawyer. You'll get a bunch of names pop up. You know why I had you put that date in? Because that's just when they graduated. They are recent graduates and they thirsty for money. You reach out to those recent graduates. Here's the key word. I don't have a current case. You know what that means? That means they can't upcharge you. See, when I come on the mic, I try to give you game so you can give other people game. So when you tell them I don't have a case, they're going to say, well, my retainer is $3,000 or $2,000. I don't have a case. I'm going to offer you $200 and I just sign a letter to pay you $50 every month. Okay, until I reach that. Once they say okay, because they just want something in the thing to show on their 4-month financials. Once they say okay, they are officially retained. It doesn't matter if you now have a case next week. They are officially retained. So to Darwin's point, and the only reason I push back shot, because I want our guys to get beyond the what's right and what we gotta come out. You know, it's kind of like when women try to shame us for trying to be white men. Oh, y'all just want to be white men. No, men operate in a very savage way. Men go out and hire private detectives for $1,000 and have them sit at your house with a camera to get evidence for a future court date. Men do that. You could try to shame us and label us as trying to act white, but this is 2022. If I come home and my wife is getting piped down by Mr. Darrell Long, I'm not going to fight. I'm going to pull out a videotape. I'm going to tape it. I'm going to cry. I'm going to be mad. I'm going to go outside. I'm going to call 911, man. I don't know. I just saw my wife. I don't know, man. I don't know. And when they come, I'm going to show that officer what I just taped. And guess what, Arilla? He now has to appear in my court case. Yeah, I recognize game, man. I protect the money. Just like Mr. Wynn is saying, he's just saying it in a different way. Dudes got to start to be vicious about their kids and their bloodline. Hey, sweetheart, we ain't getting along. So check this out. This lawyer going to holler at you tomorrow. No. I don't want to argue. I'm finna do some Johnny Depp on you. The lawyer going to holler at you tomorrow. I'm finna Johnny Depp this thing, sweetheart. No. We good. The Mexicans will come pack my stuff up tomorrow. It's all gravy. Do what you do. If anything damaged, I'm gonna have that in the auditing too. All right.
Hey, research.
We
Can
gotta
I
get
ask
it.
you a question?
Yes, I am black.
You know, most African Americans in this country are Christian, right or wrong?
Incorrect. Most of us are spiritual. We don't have denominations because there's too many denominations, even under Christianity.
Okay. Well, I would say this, because I like going off numbers and stuff like that. Most black people on Sundays, when you go into
Identify
certain
as
churches,
Christian.
yes,
Identify.
yes, they pick up the Bible, they read it, they go to their church, they tithe and they offer, right? I only ask that question because I agree with what you're saying. I'm not trying to disagree, but what I believe one of the solutions that we need to do is we got to have a culture of structure, right? We need people that's going to hold us accountable. That's not the court systems, So let me just give a little story time, just 2 minutes. When I was in East Lansing, Michigan, all of my roommates when I first got there, they were all Indian. They were Sikhs and they were Hindu. All right. The ones who weren't, they were Muslim, they were Islam, right? Their culture hold the men and the women are responsible. For example, let's say if me, Rilla, and Darwin weren't black men, but instead we were Sikhs or Muslim men, right? From the actual Middle Eastern countries. I have a child, I don't take care of that child. Guess what? Guess who coming to knock on my door? Darwin, Rilla. They coming. And they not gonna let up until I take care of that child, because not only am I dishonoring my daughter or my son, the mother, but I'm dishonoring them, our religion, our culture, and how the world views us, which is why most people look at black men as dangerous, non-providers, thugs, right? I believe we need a structure where the men hold men accountable. I heard really talk about that all the time. Men hold men accountable. And one of the things that we don't do is we see men behaving in such ways, and we see women behaving in such ways as well, and nobody is holding them accountable. The court systems don't care about us. The court system don't give a fuck about our children's outcomes, because we know for a fact that there's a school to prison pipeline that makes money every single time we make a bad choice. Every single time we listen to rappers and thugs and people who really they're not room for us to have the best outcomes. I genuinely would like to hear you guys speak to that about, because that's why I've been quiet the whole time, right? I believe in structure. I'm the youngest one here. I'm unmarried. I should be listening and not speaking to men who know more about this than I do, right? But at the same time, what can we do to create that structure as men? Me, I don't have all the answers to that, because in some ways I have a somewhat violent spirit, right? If my daughter has a child by a man and he's not taking care of her, I'm gonna have to go, shotgun wedding on him, right? That's how they used to hold men accountable. Shotgun at the wedding. Here you go. You better say them vows and stay there. And if you don't do it, bow. Right?
Here's the problem, Mr. Long, is
Yes,
that
sir.
culture got beat out of your black man. See, an immigrant that came here yesterday, he still has his cultural things in place. I'm a world traveler, man, and I was speaking to some Africans. I have $2,500 worth of African books that predate 600 BC. And I'm talking to them about things cultural that they're not even aware of. They were sitting up here laughing, and I'm telling them that Nook came before Kaduna. They didn't even know that. So the problem that happens is universal with melanated males. Once the culture is changed, Nigeria is not really the name of Nigeria. A white woman named Elizabeth Shaw renamed Nigeria. But now every kid that's born there believes what they believe. It's the same thing that happened with African Americans. You would have loved it, Mr. Long, before Ronald Reagan. We didn't have many of these issues. It was more of the kumbaya that you're looking for. It was more of the, hey, man, you're going to marry my sister, man. It was more of that. It wasn't perfect then, but it was more of it. So how do we get there? The unfortunate thing is every time a black male system rises, whether it be 100 black men, whether it be, you got a bunch of blacks getting on the microphone, publicly laughing and cracking jokes about it to try to defame it. Now you're like, hey, just work it through. It shouldn't matter. People don't understand politics. When you publicly denounce something, nobody wants to financially support it. So somebody said to me earlier, hey, CA, why don't you run for politics? I said, hey, I tried to get my cousin in City Hall. I'm a quote unquote elitist. I got family money, but I try to help black folks. And then you get on the microphone and start talking against, instead of putting up a better candidate, you're worse than the Ku Klux. You're worse than the Klan at this point in time, because you're calling me white because it's easy to do. So my point, Mr. Long, is we have to undo what Ronald Reagan did in the 80s. It is unfortunate, sir, but we got hit with jail. We got hit with under Clinton. People just getting arrested for stupid reasons. It wasn't even all this lawlessness that it is now. You just be going to work and get arrested, be in jail for a week or two just to see court. So things are different now. Things are different now, and we're just at a point. People don't like Obama, but people got to understand, after Dick Cheney messed up everything, we're just at a point where we're really repairing. So we need people like you to stop people from saying, I don't like Al Sharpton, until you create a better Al Sharpton. Don't spend your time hating on what you don't like.
Got to be solution based.
Yeah, you got to financially create.
I say it all the time.
One more thing, Ms. J. Understand, a proposition is the most powerful thing in politics. People don't know it. I can take Ashley, misunderstanding, and we all come up with $100,000 of our family money, and we get close to $1 million or $500,000, whatever. We can go put on the ballot. Let's take all the realest property. And guess what? Rilla is going to have to create the votes to stop what we put up in there. We're going to put a nice cartoon. Don't you like Rilla? Don't you like Rilla? And we think that we're voting for Rilla. When in actuality, the legal law, Mr. Long, says that we're taking all of Rilla's property. That's how deep the game goes.
I think too, Daryl, to kind of piggyback on what you said, and I've said it before on this show, that when I think about what we're talking about with parenting, to me it goes back to values, morals, ethics, and integrity. And I always tell people that those words live on the same street, but they don't always live in the same house. And what I mean by that is, we all have something that we value, that we think is very important to us. It's the silent motivator behind what we do and how we do it every day. But not all of us are instilled with ethics, a sense of duty, a sense of morality, and we have to get back to that as well. One of the things that has kept me married for 18 years is that I don't keep score with my husband. I don't keep score, and basically I've kind of sat back a little bit tonight. And we've been socialized to do it, just like Canon has educated us before on the show. Well, we'll keep score about who does what and who doesn't and how much they pay for it or whatever. I can honestly say, in the 20-some years I've been with my husband, the 18 we've been married, the best times in our marriage is when we stopped keeping score with each other, and we just did what needed to be done. Period. Point blank. That's it. That was all of it. And that sense of duty is unheard of in these days and times. People want credit for what they do, and people want to count what they do for two reasons. They want the credit, but then you got some people who want to be able to say, well, I can do this to you, or I can say this to you because I did this, that, and that. If you're actively parenting a child, and I'm going to keep it short, but if you're actively parenting a child, it should be no question from the very beginning about you're jointly making those decisions about the doctors and the schools and all of these things from the get-go. It's a sense of duty that's involved with also parenting a child, just like there's a sense of duty. Me and Canon have talked about it on the show before, a sense of duty when it comes to marriage. And people want to quantify every daggone thing. And you can't quantify this. If I told you out of the 18 years I've been married that every day I wanted to be somebody's wife, I would be lying to you. But I had a duty I signed up for. I signed up for something, and I'm gonna see it all the way through. And that's what we're missing in our community. People want to quantify stuff, and some of this is not quantifiable. Some of this is just plain out duty. This is what you signed up for. You've heard me say it and posted on other platforms. The best way for you to avoid being a parent, keep your pants up and your dress down. That's it. That's all. That's all of it. That's all of it. But when you do certain things, you signing up for other stuff that includes a sense of duty. So we got to get back to a sense of duty. You know, we got to be able to have the principle to protect what we say we value. We say we value our kids, but then we want to question, oh, well, this is how much it's going to cost to raise this kid, or this is how much this is going to cost. You know, and in the Black community, we real bad at quantifying. Okay, and we hear it all the time. Oh, they doing too much for their kids. I heard somebody tell me that indirectly the other day. You doing way too much for your daughter. Would you say that if I was white? Would you say that if I was from Europe? Would you say that if I was from Canada? Probably not. You're not gonna tell me that. So what? I want to spend this amount of money on camp. So what if I want her to dress a certain way, look a certain way, present herself in a certain way? So what? My daughter doesn't have the Southern accent that I have. I'm teaching her how to, you know, enunciate something that I was not taught to do. So what? So I'm doing too much because I'm Black? We need to get out of that frame of mind. Our kids deserve greatness too. Period. That's it. I don't care how much it costs. My daughter is gonna win. My nieces and nephews in my family, they gonna win. The kids in my village are going to win. I'm affirming it. Call it what you want to call it.
So did we ever really like get to a agreement on what
that's my duty means? That's my job. My job is to make sure these children win. That's my job. That's what I was assigned to do. I can't question that, and I can't tell you how many points I get for it or how much it's gonna cost. I'm just telling you what it's gonna be. Period. Thank you.
It's hard for a secondary person to be active, Mr. Darren, because they're always subjugated to what the first person wants to do. So if you're a secondary person, I can just move to Jersey. You'll have to petition the court to stop me.
So when I moved to Atlanta,
wait, you guys hold on, because we're kind of switching gears a little bit. Just one second. I want to make sure that everyone likes, comments, and shares our channel. We will appreciate your support. We air on YouTube and on Facebook every Wednesday at 7 p.m. Central. I always also want to let you all know about our clubhouses. All right. Our girl Canon has her show. It's called Candid with Canon. She is on Clubhouse every third Mondays at 7 p.m. Eastern time. We got our girl Mrs. Understanding coming to you on Clubhouse. Give it up for y'all. Give it up for them, y'all.
Yeah, great conversations.
Yes.
Everybody got time for that.
Real Talk with Raven last Mondays at 7 p.m. Eastern. All right. She's a millennial. Well, not a millennial. Are you a millennial or Gen Z? Yes, you're a millennial. Okay. She's a younger millennial, right? In her 20s. And so she's breaking down a lot of things that relate to society now, this new culture we got going on. She talks a lot about that as well as many other things. Then we got our counselor, our drug abuse counselor, licensed therapist, the manage your expectations.
And all behavior is a choice. Remember that, people.
Yes, a convo with Jovo every second Thursday at 8:30 p.m.
Come get this free therapy. The first hour is free. Any hour after that, like Candace said, I'm doing the Lord's work. I need to be paid for it.
And so Ashley, also Mr. Research, and Rilla, you all have your own channel. So not your own channel, Rilla, but would you like to share the one that you're on?
No, ma'am. I'm a custodial engineer.
At one point in time, I had 42,000 subscribers, and it just got too much. I like small discussion groups.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll say for me, I'm a custodial engineer. I sweep up hair. I clean the lunch cafeteria. And so what I would ask the audience is that if you enjoy the content, if you support these young ladies over here and what they doing, I would say hit the like button, subscribe. I don't see a Cash App on the rolling bar. I don't know if y'all monetize yet, but I would say send a Cash App to
$sign Ashley Mischelle.
yeah, send that Cash out. Somebody's gonna drop it in the chat.
I always
There's a mod in
feel
the
weird
chat.
about
Miller
I
said,
know.
y'all gonna monetize today.
I know you're running a business. You're running a business, Ashley. The only people who are gonna make you feel funny is other black folks. You're running a business. This is your time.
I can't even argue with him about that. Based on what I just told y'all.
There we go.
Can't even argue with that.
Yeah, send a okay, hold on.
I got
Let
nothing.
me set it off. Hold on.
I put it in the chat too.
Thank you.
Leave that up for a second. I'm gonna set it off.
Thank you so much. And we're gonna do like a little bit of a segue. The conversation is gonna say very similar. Okay. It's gonna be in regards to child support. A couple days ago, I called into a show, Sir Hale Speaks. Did I say that correctly? Sir Hale Speaks, right? Wonderful.
Shout out to Sir Hale in the chat.
Yes, Sir Hale, shout out to you. Maybe you can join us a little later. I want to do like a recap of that show, or at least the segment that I was on, and it's related to child support and active fathers and what that means. We're going to dissect that apart. So we have like a nice little segue here with Mr. Research TV and Darwin, because you guys were starting to talk about that. All right, so that's what we're going to do. Welcome to Late Night in the Ladies' Room. All right, so this is considered like our after hours type show. Yeah, really.
Wait, Ash, I got a question. So
Yeah.
if the men are in the ladies' room, are we transgender?
No. We breaking rules.
We just in the ladies' room.
I was just saying, hey, listen, man. Y'all know I keep that
gender
Pink
fluid.
Panther.
Y'all gender fluid.
Listen,
No.
I keep that Pink Panther energy ready. Y'all already know how I give it up. Ow.
No, I don't know about that, bro. Ain't no y'all.
Research. I know research.
No,
wait a minute, research you down there.
Look, I gotta put the extra baritone in. Ain't no y'all.
I don't know nothing.
Hey, research.
Y'all all came from Chicago.
Hey, wait, research. I know what the crosswalk attempt to Piedmont look like, bro.
Hey, look. They are like that, but look, my other house is in Atlanta. I'm from Oakland, California, bro. But yeah, my other house is in Atlanta. You are right though.
Y'all are funny. But yeah, so really, did you want to finish? Oh, you were just kind of shouting us out. We put the Cash App up. Thank you so much. So yeah, there's a Cash App. You guys can start dedicating to our show. We would appreciate it. We got some things we're trying to do, some good stuff. So we would appreciate that. So we're gonna go ahead and segue. I am gonna play a part of the segment that I was on with Sir Hale, and it was called the worst or second worst conversation of the year. And I thought that was very interesting. And it really took a horrible turn. And, I am open to criticism, I take ownership of my part and how the conversation failed, because I think it did fail. And I'm open to hearing everything. Oh, thank you, Rilla. He sent us a Cash App, y'all. So we're gonna add that to the deposit. I mean the bank and our stash, ladies. So yeah, so I'm open. Basically, in short, I'm open to criticism. I admit fault in some things, and but I am gonna also be honest about both sides of the conversation and what happened. So it's more of like an analysis of the conversation, what went wrong, and how we can learn from it. Okay, so I'm gonna play a little bit of it. All right, y'all good? Y'all good? Okay, I can't y'all no more. All right. So here we go.
Let's get it.
And again, shout out to Sir Hale. I think he's in the chat. And again, if you want to join us, please let me know.
I got the video in the back if you want to use it, Ash.
Oh, you got the video? Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's got my second one, like my second name back there. If you just click on it, the video pop up and you can press play.
Oh, well, I have it. Hold
Okay,
on.
okay.
I do have it. Give me just a second. All right, so here we go. We're about to play this. I think this is a segment where, do you have the whole segment?
Yeah, I'm completely prepared. Once you bring it up, we can start.
Oh, okay. Because like I'm wondering, in that video that he put up, the second worst conversation, was that the whole time I was on there?
Yes,
I believe
it's like a
so.
17-minute clip.
minutes.
Yeah.
Yep.
It was the whole time. Okay.
I do believe so.
So nothing was like edited out or anything. Okay.
No, Ash.
No, I don't think he did that. I don't think he did that either.
Okay. So, all right, here we go.
And Ash, I only say that because I caught the live. So when I watched the replay of it, I was able to see. So I caught the live.
Okay. So, all right, here we go. Bear with me, y'all, because I'm not going to be able to play the whole 17 minutes. I'm going to have to stop here and there. And I admit I didn't get a chance today to, write down all the time steps. Okay. So just kind of bear with me. All right. Here we go.
Much of this you've heard, but please, room, how are you?
Hello, how are you all?
Hey, fantastic. Thanks for being here tonight. I'm not sure how much of this you've heard, but let's start with the premise of the show. Should active fathers be put on child support? Let's please address that and then add your commentary after that.
Sure. I would say active fathers should not be put on child support. I would say that. I think that unfortunately they have been put on child support because, well, partly because the word active is very subjective. Okay. And I'm not going to talk too much about it, but active to a lot of men, especially men and women who are not custodial parents, may be very different from what active really means. And we have to be honest about everyone's experiences here. I'm hearing a lot of you all's stories, and it's painful to hear. I don't like when women are misusing the system or resources that are in place and mistreating men. I hate that. I absolutely hate that. But we can't have these conversations and ignore the other sides of it. So we as Black women in this community have many experiences of men who purport that they are active fathers, but active is very different from what it really means to be active in a child's life. But for the sake of this conversation, like you guys asked, we need to focus on the fathers who are engaged, active. They are not just bringing, gifts, home, and popping up on birthdays and holidays with bikes and toys, but they're actively a part of their children's lives financially. So let's say that's the case. I think that you guys want to focus on that, but in you all focusing on that, you got to be honest about the fact that you usually conclude the same things that most other men conclude, that Black women are abusing the system, that we're using the white man against you. That's rampant in these discussions amongst men. And so I get where Genesis is coming from. Like, you guys want her to address the active fathers and not revert back to the ones who are not. But what you perpetuate are the same ideas, that Black women are out here trying to beat the system and using the white man against them.
So let me respond to that, because that was a lot.
I'm almost done. If you look at the stats, the Census Bureau reported most recently in 2018 that only about 69% of custodial parents receive child support, and only 43.5% of them receive the full amount. And not only that, average child support payments are only between $3,000 and $4,000 a year. So, if you're having these conversations, you have to be honest about what you're perpetuating about the system and about Black women. And I don't have children, but I understand where Genesis is about Black women. And I don't have children, but I understand where Genesis is coming from. You guys are kind of perpetuating this idea that Black women are out here just misusing men and using child support when they're not even getting money, and the money that they get is not comparable to what nearly comparable to what it is required to take care of children.
Okay, okay, we gotta stop there. So I appreciate this, but did you hear the beginning of the show?
No, I've heard a lot.
Okay.
I've heard enough.
Okay, this is no. This is very simple. So you missed the part where I said that men who are not taking care of their children should absolutely be on the system. Should absolutely. I did this because I've had enough of these discussions to know that if you don't say that, then this conversation flips. So I started off with an entire monologue about men who are not active, who are not taking care of their children, who chose to have a child and then didn't do what it takes to raise them. These men should absolutely, positively, 100% be put on the system. I actually said that the system was made for them. So I don't think you heard that part. So
the system was made for who?
The children.
Right. Okay. So do you address the men?
Well, hold on. Before we jump to that part, I said what I said. So hold on. Wait a second. Okay, y'all ladies have to help me understand. Why is it when I have women on my platform, you guys don't respect the host and you guys talk over the host? Like, why do I only get this from ladies?
Because you negate the things or you ignore the things that we're saying.
You didn't hear my monologue, so what did I negate?
So you are negating the fact that your audience, the one that you are reaching, are perpetuating these ideas that Black women are out here milking a system.
Tell me what's one man on this platform that said women are milking the system?
I'm Twine too says, do you hear the stat Black men on 50 gave about? Oh no, that's not the one.
What man on this panel?
No,
but
the men on the panel are not the only men listening to this.
No, I'm asking specific questions. I know who I have up. What man on the panel has said this?
I'm not talking about the men on the panel.
Well, I am. See, this is what I'm saying.
I'm not talking about the men on the panel.
I believe I heard CJ you guys just ladies, listen. When I come on y'all show, I'm respectful. I'm gonna need that same respect on my show. Now, I started this conversation off by saying what inactive fathers should be on the system. We're not changing the conversation because you guys want to talk about something different. I'm having the conversation that I'm having. I've already acknowledged that there are men that don't take care of their responsibility. For them, the system was made. With me not making this show primarily about that, that's not me negating that there are not absent fathers who are not active. What I am saying is that there are more good fathers. The majority of fathers are decent fathers, particularly in the Black community. That's what I'm addressing today. And I want to stick to that topic. So if we have something on this, let's continue there.
I do have something on that.
Okay, please.
It was the fact that almost half of the child support payments that are ordered are not received. You ignored that.
I did not ignore that. So let's deal with this thing. So you said this was taken over the last year. What happened over the last?
So if you look, no, wait a minute. That was in 2018 before the pandemic, one. And two, this statistic has been constant since 1993. I can give you the chart and I can give you the source. I'll put it in the comment section. This is constant since 1993 that almost more than half, only a quarter of child support payments that are due are paid in full.
Now, I have a question on this stat that you're reading. Does this account for both men and women in one lump sum, or is this about men?
It accounts for all child support payments.
Okay,
I do know that some of them would be from women.
Yes, so if we're going to have this discussion, then we'd have to break this down. We have to break this all the way down, because what you're purporting or supposing is that if this show is about men, that it's the men who are failing to pay. And if we're saying that women account for this as well, then there are a lot of factors into this.
Pay for child support. You all just said this. Most men are the ones who pay child support.
That is correct. That is correct.
Okay, so I'm not saying that it's only men who are not paying child support. I did acknowledge that some of those are women. I just acknowledge that.
I really want to ask you guys a question. What's the disconnect between should active fathers be put on child support? Like, where we missing each other at?
Okay, I think what you're missing is what I just
why do you keep on saying I'm missing something?
Because you're missing what my point. I understand you want to talk about active fathers. I understand that. We can talk about active fathers.
You're coming on my show telling me what I'm missing. Like, tell me how that sounds. Like me coming on your show. Let me tell you where you're missing it. You know what? I noticed the only people out here doing this.
This is black men for you. You're missing my point.
This is black men for you.
Yes.
You're talking about it. Hold on a second. You're talking about a man married for 15 years.
Okay.
With 4 kids that I take care of. My wife doesn't have to work. Listen, my wife doesn't have to work. And you're telling me that I'm black man. You know what, Ashley, I respect you, but if you don't stop, then I'm going to ask you to leave. Do not come on my stream telling me this is black men. When I'm a black man, my wife doesn't work. She hasn't paid a bill in a long time. She's a housewife. I take care of 4 children. I pay all of my bills. Do not come on here telling me that this is black men. Because if you do, say that in the positive way. I'm a black man that's taking care of his family. Don't disrespect me like that.
Sir, listen, I respect that you're a provider for your family.
No, I'm not only a provider. I'm active.
You're active.
Okay, so
I do want to say something.
I'll be very fast.
I did want to say. I want to first say that I did make that a snide remark. All right, and I own up to that. I own up to that snide remark. I'm gonna talk to you guys a little later about what led me to say that. But I want to own up to the fact that that was a snide remark. I want to hear from y'all first. Go ahead.
Okay, very, very, very quickly. So I had 300 people in my clubhouse. I'm the only one that moderates. I don't have secondary moderators. So what happens in public speaking, sometimes people want to dominate to the point where they repeat their sentences. Mm-hmm. We as black men, unfortunately, not all of us, but several of us, we don't know how to control a situation before it escalates. I tell all of my fans, because they've heard women curse me out on my stage, Mr. Research, you're very patient because I understand I have power. So once this person has gotten all their oxygen out, I say, okay, I'm about to speak, but I'm going to put you down so I can get my full expression out. And it never gets to that point. The unfortunate thing is, I understand there'll never be a kumbaya. Ladies sometimes feel how they feel, and men who are overly passionate feel how they feel. It's hard to have a conversation with an overly passionate man. I have them on my stage too, but I think what should not have happened on his end as a host, it shouldn't got to that point because you got to control it before it gets there, and you can't, So that's all I'll say. I'll listen to everybody else.
Okay.
I believe it or not, I don't think people should have to agree on everything all the time, but I'm very big on intellectual consistency. I like to be able to follow your thought process, and if your thought process continues to contradict itself, then there is no intellectual consistency, and you're just trying to manipulate. You're just trying to get over. You're gaslighting. That's essentially all it is. The premise itself was based in an arbitrary metric system that's subjective. Active father, how can you prove that? I can give you 20% because that's definitive. Active is subjective. That depends on the parent, situation, what's going on. So it was a manipulated question to begin with, especially considering we didn't want to have the conversation of what is considered or what we're talking about when we say active. But I think it's interesting because he started off with the ad hominem attacks. The first thing he said was, "Oh yeah, sisters this," but you're the one that's apologizing. I didn't hear him apologize once, and that was his first response. "You sisters this," so that's it's just strange to me because then you say something back, and now you're masculine and you're combative and you're all this, and that. So it's just it's the intellectual inconsistency for me. A lot of it was ego driven, like Mr. Research did point out. A lot of it was ego driven. He didn't even really combat the statistics, and when he tried to, the blame was literally shifted to don't mothers pay child support. Okay, cool. But I do think it is dishonest to even give this conversation this much nuance, because like I said before, I really plan to come in with the pick better women playbook, because that is what so many out of wedlock mothers heard. And now we're sitting up here giving out of wedlock fathers all this time and effort and understanding, when out of wedlock mothers were not even shown close to that. So I would just speak on intellectual consistency. If you believe one thing, stay on that path, believe that thing. But all this back and forth and flipping when it's convenient, I can't do it. I can't do it. So yeah, all the manipulation, I can't. It's not gonna work.
All right now. All right. Rilla, I know you over there steaming. So okay. Okay. Who else would like to share your thoughts?
A classic.
Oh.
Oh, mine is very brief. Listening to react versus active listening to develop a response. That's my comment. And we see it a lot in these spaces. We do, don't we? No one wants to actively listen, but everyone wants to listen to react. You know.
Yeah.
I want to hear that trigger language, that trigger word, so I can call you, you know, feminine, masculine, and all these isms and all this stuff, so that I can deflect and stay away from the numbers that you presented as you were talking and sharing your comments. You know,
and I just
that's what my therapist spidey senses. The first thing I said was, he's not actively listening. He's listening to develop a reaction.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wanted to say real fast, like, I appreciate you all kind of mentioning that point in the conversation where, you know, Sir Hale, you know, he got upset with me. He felt like I was over talking him. And I realized after listening to the video, okay, maybe he wasn't done. I didn't cut him off mid-sentence, though. There were some seconds between, you know, the first sentence and I guess the one he wanted to say after, where I spoke. And so right after that, he started to say, this is what the sisters do, meaning Black women, right? So right off the bat, to me, that's a snide remark, because he says every time people get on your show or on my show, they overtalk me. And I'm like, what in the world? This is my first time watching your show. I don't even know all these other Black women. But I'm somehow responsible for speaking for all these women. I don't even know what they were talking about. It's a snide remark. And not only that, it just took me off guard, because like I had been overtalked at one point, and then I didn't really realize that he was going to say something else. He wasn't talking when I jump in. You can go and watch the video for yourself, right? And then I also thought about the fact that, you know, he's like, sisters come on the show and they always overtalk. Do you know how many times I've been overtalked on these male YouTube podcasts? Like, you all know I have been on another show. There is no such thing as hearing a woman, especially if she ain't saying what you want to hear, her full sentence. So I was just like, what? So I did. I retaliate. And that's not godly. It's not ladylike. And I'll admit it. I did give him a snide remark. But at no point did I ever hear anybody acknowledge his snide remark about not just me, but about all the Black women. So I just want to point that out.
I think this is what happens sometimes. This is why most of my fans, I either send them to Toastmasters or I encourage my male fans to go to Toastmasters, because there's something that happens in public speaking where, like, I'm not picking a side in either of this, because I understand as a host, and I've been hosting panels since 2006. Like I said, at one point in time, I had a huge channel. What happens is, I had a young lady, what I deemed as over talking, what my fans deemed as over talking, and because I'm a host, not faulting Sir Hale on this, I'm talking about me. Because I'm a host, I let you get your full expression out. Then I said, you know what? I'm going to drop you down for a second so I can reply. Because what happens is, for people who host conversation, you want a back and forth, but you really only need a back and forth if you can truly control the back and forth. If you can't truly control the back and forth, then you're going to have a person speaking for the 17th time, and that ninth person on your chat panel hasn't even spoken once. And that's and then people start interpreting things that may not be. And then this is the other problem with us, and this is just a brother thing. And again, this ain't toward Hale. This is just a brother thing. Sometimes we'll go on ladies' panels, and we, in our minds, we do the honorable thing, like, I'm gonna be patient, I'm gonna wait my turn, I'm gonna hold my point. And then in return, when we don't feel like we're getting that back, then we feel a certain type of way about it, which sometimes is justified, but do I need to escalate? You know what I'm saying? So for me, I saw energy on both sides. As a host, or for a lot of large conversations, this is just normal. It really wasn't Hale's fault, really wasn't her fault. This is just two clashing of energies. I, as the host, have to do a better thing of controlling the mics. And I realized that a long time ago, and I tell my fans that too.
Yeah, I agree with that, as far as that goes. And I was just gonna say, I think that what I see a lot of times in these spaces is that people are coming into the conversations with preconceived notions on the other person's motives, intentions, who they are, like all of these things. A lot of it is steeped in stereotypes. A lot of it is the stuff that we hear on a lot of these panels and things like that. And some of the rhetoric can sound similar. So we already have predisposed notions, right? Like, we all do it. This is why I say I think it's important for us to be self-aware and to be able to self-reflect, because we always gonna point a finger and say it was the other person's the other person. A lot of times we don't look at ourselves in the situation as well, because we all do it, right? Especially if you're passionate about something, and we all already think that we already know what the person is going to say before they even say it. Like, we all do it, and it takes practice to get better at, like Ms. Jovo said, actively listening, right? And I see it a lot of times, because sometimes I'll even come on panels, and I work in communications. Like, I do this for a living. So I actually do have some type of background in how to have a conversation and how to talk to people. And so I'll ask questions, because I don't want to assume, right? I don't want to have a whole conversation making assumptions. So I need to understand, or I would like to understand, your full perspective, so then I can have a conversation. Because I don't even be trying to argue half the time. I just be want to add to the conversation. But I will say that when you say things like, and this is something I had to learn, right, about speech and word choice, is when you say, you're not understanding me, or I don't think you understand. I know that it's meant to be innocuous, right? Like you're saying that you may not be articulating it in a way that the person is connecting, but it could sound condescending, right? When you say that, like, a person can take it like how I think he took it, to be like, oh, you saying I'm too stupid to know what you're saying. You know, it's like, so we have to be really careful about our word choice. Because I say that a lot. Like, I'll have a habit of saying, do you understand, or do you get me? And I realize that people think that I'm being condescending, so I have to really practice not to say that word, and maybe just pause, or maybe even say, instead of saying, I don't think you understand me, you put it on you, and you say, well, maybe I'm not articulating it effectively. Like that's what, and then that helps for the person to not, you know, to misunderstand or feel a kind of a way about what you're saying. So I would say that, and when you feel the conversation is getting to that point, sometimes you just have to stop. You just have to stop. You know what I mean? You just have to, like, because now you're talking at each other. You're not you're not really getting anywhere. You know what I mean? So yeah.
On my show, I always tell people after I finish speaking, okay, Darwin, where did I get it wrong? Miss J, where did I get it wrong?
Yeah. Or I always say, well, what did you hear me say? because sometimes I see that happen where the response is not aligning with the kind of the point that and I'm like, okay, well, what did you hear?
Yeah, and I get that. I get that he got real kind of like, defensive and hostile because he's like, she's trying to insult my intelligence. And I'm like,
on my platform,
it's possible. In my mind, I'm like, okay, people talk, you can be a genius and have a conversation and misunderstand something. But he didn't take it that way. That was my intention, but that's not how he took it. And even during this, I'm processing this, right? Because I can process that stuff pretty fast. I might not speak enough or fast enough to articulate that or to communicate that, but I'm like thinking, man, he thinks that I'm trying to say he's stupid. And then he kind of went on to say, well, I'm a provider. And I'm like, well, man, I'm not trying to insult you, by saying, oh, Black men aren't providers. I was really just like, man, he's not trying to hear what I got to say. And he's giving me snide remarks. And on top of that, he's misunderstanding what I'm trying to say. And so I'm like, man, he really thinks I'm trying to, say he's not like a good man or something. And there's such a lack of clear communication. And I have had to learn that people don't communicate, like me. Like I can say something and I think this is how it means, but somebody could take it completely different, like he did, in this.
Hey, is it me? What's going on? Maybe I'm just like the most unsensitive person ever, but who cares?
We know you uncool.
I mean, like shit.
Thank you. I thought I was being insensitive.
Who? I'm sorry, Mr. Hale. Sorry, but hey, we people, we misunderstanding. She apologized. Let's get to it. Hey, I don't know. Maybe it's me, but God.
That's why I said about intellectual consistency. Because where's the sensitivity come from?
These conversations.
When men complain about certain
Darwin,
things,
I'm sorry.
it just makes me feel like that. I don't know. It just feels like beneath men to be complaining. Men should not complain. Should solve. We should be solution based. That's it.
Darwin,
that's not what I was gonna say at all. What was that? That's why you go that way, Darwin. We were on one accord. Why you say that?
Wait.
Don't be apologizing for misunderstandings.
Wait. Hold on, bro.
Let's get to the meat and potatoes.
Wait. Hold on, Darwin. He's having a conversation with a guest on his platform.
Yeah,
he was trying to bully her. That's why he made
it was a conversation.
All right, let me let Darwin finish because I did interrupt you, bro. So I don't want to interrupt you, but I'm just really trying to see where the disconnect is. That can you at least recognize that he's trying to have a conversation?
He threw the first shot.
Okay, can I finish?
Cut everybody off since you came on the show. I'm trying to understand when this became
listen, if you say no, I'm gonna cut you off.
Go ahead, really. Go ahead.
Wait, because I do want to settle this with Raven. If you say no, you can't finish, I'm gonna cut you off. That's fine. I'm just
You've been doing that. Whether I say anything doesn't change your behavior. Clearly.
Wow, this is going left.
I'm gonna be the.
You could play back the tape. I literally sat in silence and watched him cut off Darwin, Jovo, and Canon.
Hold on, Raven. I think Sir Hale is back. And Rilla, I just wanted to add, to be fair, y'all not gonna see eye to eye, right? Because if you know anything about love languages, his lowest one is like words of affirmation. This man, trust me, we done went through. He don't care about no words.
Cool.
So that's what his thing is.
I'm not tripping on that. I'm just saying let's at least be objective, right? Because my observation is Ashley sat here and gave way and said, "Hey, listen, guys, I'm open to correction." Mm-hmm. Wasn't until we got to you that I actually heard an objective perspective from both sides. When we got to Darwin was saying, "I don't give a fuck. Men's supposed to do whoop-de-woo." And I'm sitting up here like, well, damn, the man can't control his own show. I don't see a problem with that, right? This is
No,
the
no,
problem.
no. What happened on the show was cool. I'm talking about right now. What's this big thing that we having about this? Is he still mad about it? Like, what's going on? Like, what was
Oh,
the
Darren, you
she's giving her
you
recap,
added
bro.
something extra, Darren.
She's giving her recap. He ain't
Right.
said nothing. He
That's
made
cool.
He had
I wanna talk
content.
about
Wait,
these deadbeat
Darwin.
daddies.
Wait. Hold on. Wait, I got you, bro. But he listen. He
Talk
made a
about these
clip.
deadbeat daddies.
Wait. Let me be clear, because I saw the promo all the way up to this. He made a clip. Ash said we gonna talk about it, so we talking about it. She ain't said he said anything. I don't think anybody said anything. I have not seen where he's whining and complaining about it. So I'm thinking you saying the whining and complaining is the content inside the video, which Raven said, yeah, I thought it was just me. I'm the one being insensitive. So I'm trying to see
what
happened.
Absolutely, because he threw the first shot. You can't throw
I
shots
got
and
you
then
on
be
the
like,
first shots.
why would you
And
say
listen,
that about black
I
men?
got you. And we could say he was rude, he was insensitive. I'm not tripping on that. I got you on that. What I was asking Darwin, because from what I saw, my opinion differs a little bit different from yours, Raven, in the sense of I counted it. From the time that clip starts, he let Ash have a 3-minute dialogue.
True.
It was 3 minutes. And you know, in podcast time, that's a long time. So he said, we need to reel this back in. I said, no. I'm about to finish my point. And he said, okay. And she went on still further. When he tried to reel it back in again, and I think that was the misunderstanding, Ash, when you say, hey, I thought, I wasn't intentionally trying to overtalk him, which I think is fair. When you said that, I was like, that's fair. However, what I saw is a man, and listen, I know this may trigger your audience. This is the average at best. I look at the average at best conversation. The gentleman literally said, hey, here are the ways you can go back. But if you want to have this particular conversation, here's how we can have it. And the young lady did not acquiesce and want to have it in that manner. So he said, okay, we're going to use it as a talking point, right? As a teaching moment. What I look at that interaction with Sir Hale and Ashley, I look at them both ways. The gentleman that I'm referencing was trying to maintain control of his show. Now, Mr. Research, who does this in terms of moderating on these public spaces, I'm not a moderator. I'm a simp beta host, all that stuff. I don't know nothing about nothing, right? So when he gives his opinion, I don't have to agree with his opinion.
I shouldn't even say
it. No, Darwin, you good, because I'm trying to understand. Like if you invite me to your home and you say, hey, bro, we can have this conversation, but don't say this or don't use this or don't speak on this, and then I violate that, are you not going to try and hey, bro, I told you the rules and regulations in my house. Like, I can't be mad at you for trying to regulate your house, whether I agree with the rules or not. That's your house.
Yeah, Rilla, that's literally not even what he was like. You don't even understand. Like, in his estimation, he's like, I don't even see the drama, right? He's like, we talk like, because
I'm not seeing what happened.
Yeah,
I get it was a misunderstanding. I get it.
Like, to him, that would have been like just a regular little conversation. Like,
but it's a conversation that went on for 17 minutes.
Yeah.
So it's about to go on for another 30 here.
I mean, I hear you, but I'm just saying, now if you say it that way, Canon, when you say it that way, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
So Darwin, I misunderstood you, bro. And to that, I'm saying, then what's the issue with the man trying to regulate his house?
No. No. He was supposed to do what he's supposed to do on the show, and that's cool. But what I'm saying is it really a big deal? I mean, this is what happens, right?
That's why I said,
is it a big deal to who?
Is words of affirmation.
Well, I guess it's a big deal to him for asking her to come on here
and that was like nothing
all
to
this
even
apologizing and stuff. Well, I don't feel like she needs to be on here apologizing for a misunderstanding. But if she needs to
apologize to who?
Okay, then.
Wait, Darwin.
They should have both been apologizing, because the first thing he said, this is what y'all sisters do. He doesn't even know Ashley to put any behavior on her in the first place. So if we're going to be honest, he set the standard of the conversation when he threw the first shot. Good, we got it. Then mute yourself. Like I was saying, he threw the first shot when he said, "Oh, this is what y'all sisters do." He doesn't know Ashley. You said I had it. You said you had it. That is a personal projection. You don't know this girl from a can of paint. He later on in the conversation says, you always do this when you come up here. She was never up there before that conversation. So he was literally painting a false reality. And you're literally, he's just trying to control his show. That's lying. That's manipulating. That's gaslighting. I don't care what you want to call it. It's literally what it is. If she had never came on his show and he doesn't have a pattern of behavior from her, then it was a lie to say, oh, this is what y'all sisters do. You always do this when you come up here. That is a flat out lie. That's not a difference of opinion. That's not, oh, I saw something different, whatever. No. Stop supporting that.
So really, I'm really frustrated right now with you. You know, I love you. And I, like you said, you did point out the fact that I talked a lot, right? So maybe that's where he's like, okay, this chick is cutting me off. Like, because I asked him to I wanted to finish what I was saying. Okay. I took a long time, but I did want to finish what I was saying. All right. And so he was like, I guess he felt like I cut him off or that was disrespectful, right? So, okay, let's take that. But really, like even right now, whose platform are you on?
Oh, come on. Come on.
You're on my platform, but you're doing that. And I'm allowing you, not allowing you, I'm asking you and giving you the space to talk. And you talk.
Sir Hale asked you some questions.
So hold on.
He came into the chat and overtalked Darwin, Jovo, and Canon, and I just sat in silence.
Hold on, wait a minute.
I not get the respect as a
He's
host.
in the chat
when
right
y'all
now.
finish, I'm gonna defend Rilla.
Okay, go ahead. I'm gonna let you talk.
I don't feel like he overtalked me, or I don't feel like he overtalked me or disrespect me. I don't see none of this.
Just like he's the host of his show, but I don't get the right to control my show though. So go ahead.
I was just saying he's in the chat, Ashley.
Okay, I'll talk to him.
So let me defend Rilla.
Okay, go ahead.
Let me defend Rilla by saying this. Even just what happened a moment ago, Rilla, everybody spoke. Everybody except Miss J. And once Rilla started speaking, he got 3 sentences out and he got squashed by 3 people. Rilla tried to reassert himself. 2 more people jumped in. So this is something that normally happens in communication, period. What's supposed to happen is people's supposed to, hey, look, go ahead and finish. And I'm going to drop you down so that so-and-so can speak. Because when you got somebody that's stopping somebody else from speaking, it's already 3 against 1. So then you're not able to hear that person. So again, I'm not picking sides. I just look at it from a different point of view, which is, and people in Atlanta know, I used to work with Sideman Baby in V103.
Oh man, rest in peace.
Back in the day.
That's my boy.
And that's what I originally went to college for before I got into international business. But you got to understand, as Black people, we want to say what we want to say. But sometimes our thoughts ain't always together. This is why I say about Toastmaster. And so rambling becomes, I want to finish my point. You as the host, even Ashley now or Mr. Hale then, you got to reel some of these things in, and you can't take it from the standpoint of, dang, Darwin, why you keep cutting me off? Which I may feel that way. It may be an actual fact. But in reference to the conversation, I gotta allow everybody to speak. So again, everybody don't stress the Ashley thing or the Rilla thing or even the Hale thing. This is something that normally happens in communication. This is just a normal thing.
If this is something that normally happens, why would this be painted as the worst conversation ever? Like presidential debates have over talking. Why is over talking apparently this cardinal sin?
Because I'm the Black woman that made
exactly. No, next we can run the tape back. I literally made a check mark because Rilla came in cutting off everybody. I made a check mark and I was like, okay, Darwin, okay, Canon, okay, Jovo. I sat in silence because I just wanted to observe. Yes, you did. You can play the tape back, big dog. So, like I was saying, if this is something you're going to do when Black women do it, and this is the culture you have set for the conversation, if I'm going to over talk you back, it can't be you masculine Black women always doing this. Over talking is something that happens at barbecues and presidential debates. I don't know why Black women are held to this unimaginable decorum. Like men get on ESPN and holler at each other about the way another man plays sports. They overtalk each other all day long. all day
Don't
long. And
nobody
it's still,
apologize.
at the end, they still have respect for each other. At the end, they have respect for each
Do
other.
they
They
do
don't
that
call
on
each
the
other
View?
stupid. All this
They do
other
that on the
stuff.
View? They do that on the
Huh?
View? They do that on the Real?
I literally just said over talking is not as deep as some people are trying to portray it. And instead of just proving the point, you just did that. Anyway, so like I was saying,
Not as much though, but they do it.
over talking is it's not that deep. I think. I mean,
but for some it is though. And I haven't said. And Raven, to be honest, I literally just said,
over talking me. That's crazy.
Hold on.
So like I was,
I'm actually
like what? I wasn't even finished with my statement.
What?
Oh, okay. Hey, Ashley, do you have a timer?
Yeah,
now we gotta put timers. This man that gave 45 anecdotal stories since he's been on this show, but now we need a timer.
Now we see any attacks, right?
Argue.
So wait. So let me ask you this, Ash. Is this fair? So now since she coming with the snide remarks, the comments, and the attacks, if I do the same, am I feminine?
I don't think so.
I mean, am I able to do that?
An observation.
I don't want to disrespect your platform.
An observation. You gave an anecdote.
Chicago Village.
Chicago. I'm gonna meet both of y'all. No. Stop, please. Stop. Because I didn't want to do this. Because it's not really in my character.
You're not feminine, man.
But this has to stop. It just stop, please. I get what Raven's saying, and I appreciate that. Like, you are not gonna be on this planet and not overtalk somebody ever, especially in heated conversations, right? You're not going to do that. I also think that you have to make sure you put it to a minimum, all right? Because then you're never going to get your point across. So we can talk more about that later. I talk too much. Okay, I talk too much. But I did have a point that I wanted to get across. And when people come on this show, I've let you guys talk for a long time, I made the mistake of thinking that someone would allow me the space to get my point across, okay? I also understand that Sir Hale felt like I was disrespecting him. But Sir Hale is here, okay? He's here, and I'm going to let him speak. Go ahead. Hi, Sir Hale.
Miss Ashley, Mischelle, how are you?
I'm well. How are you?
I am fantastic. Darwin Hill, Canon Hill, Miss Understanding, Daryl Long, Miss Jovo, Mr. Research, Chicago Gorillas in the building. Good to see you guys.
Good to see you. Thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, so I wanted to respond. So one, as a content creator, I'm freaking great at marketing. And so I took a clip and I put the worst conversation because this is a business and I need views. The second part of this conversation is it wasn't just Ashley who I was talking about in that clip. If you guys rewind it and listen to the clip, there were two women on my show. And what I said is every time I tried to reel it back in, it was only the sisters that could not stop themselves, ring it back in so that we could actually have the discussion. Now, if you listen, I don't normally give people that long to speak. I'll make your point and then I'll cut in. I actually respect Ashley. I like what she has to say. I like that when she communicates, she comes off in a soft manner. And it's generally respectful. So I like that. In that conversation, though, about should active fathers be put on child support, the conversation derailed. And my goal was to bring it back. So when I said, hey, this only happens to my sisters, because you guys know Ashley, Mischelle, you guys are going to come to her defense because you know her. But if you listen to the whole conversation, you'll realize that what I said was not just directed at Ashley. As a matter of fact, I said, Ashley, this is not directed at you.
Okay, so Sir Hale, so I get your point about the marketing, right? I get that. Now, I'm asking about the comment, though, that you made. You said it's not just directed toward me, but you said sisters, and I took that to mean Black women. That's what I took it to mean.
Yeah, I meant straight up Black.
Yeah. So my question is, have you had white women on your show? And two, do you not see how that is a very broad general statement that when you're talking to someone that can come across as being snide, and it just kind of puts them at, it's almost like passive aggression. Because it's like, I don't even know what women you're talking about, what the conversation was. Maybe they were wrong. Maybe you were wrong. And then you're it's like sisters. Sisters always do this. To me, that's like me saying just what I said. Brothers always do this. I don't think you will receive that well. And so, yeah, I was already a little like, man, this is just not cool. I thought that was very disrespectful. I did. But I hear you with trying to mediate your show. Okay. I do hear that. I hear that you were like, look, I'm trying to mediate this. And that was also a point of contention for me because I was just like, so he wants to have the conversation, but he don't really want to have the conversation. He wants somebody to come up and kind of say what he already said, which is that active fathers should not be put on child support. And it's hard for me. I've learned about myself in these conversations is that I do tend to look at layers. I'm a teacher. I am trained and educated on how to kind of dig deeper and look at the different layers, extend the conversation. So it's just like, it's hard for me not to do that. And I know a lot of men take that as getting off task or whatever. And I'm still, even to this day, and we don't have to talk about it. And I respect what you're trying to do because it was your show and you wanted to talk about what you wanted to talk about. But I was just having such a hard time understanding how we're talking about active fathers, but the child support payments aren't being paid. And we're talking about fathers not paying them. I'm just a little confused about that.
Yeah, so that wasn't the discussion though. It wasn't about, see, if the state's not paying it, then that's an issue in and of itself that we have to dig into. But that wasn't it. Actually, so on my show, if you look at it, as long as it's respectful, we can have a conversation for as long as we need to have it. Yeah. Like on my show, if you look at my panels and my discussions, I don't always have people who think like me on there because you don't grow that way. It's right. Just once that respect threshold is not respected, then we can't go further. That's why even when you got off, I say, hey, Ashley, and I got in my chat where the people want to say, hey, listen, you're my sister and I respect you. And I don't want to miss an opportunity for us to have a conversation. That's why I did that.
Yeah.
I just want to know if the panel read that as well.
Yeah, he did. He actually he invited me back in and kind of softened the I don't know what to call it, the mood between us, I guess. So because it's like, look, we should be able to have this conversation, and that's actually why I'm doing this recap, because I respect Sir Hale from what I know about him. Right, I think that he's very respectable. Right. But I know myself too, and I believe that I'm a respectable woman, right? Not perfect, but respectable. So I'm just like, man, here we are, two YouTubers wanting the same thing, right? And we can't have this conversation. So that's why I'm having this recap, because there are some teachable moments here. And this happens a lot between Black men and women. And it's like, let's hash this out, as opposed to your people going over, yeah, these women. And my people going up, man, these men. It's like, okay, let's analyze what just happened here.
I like to say one other thing as well. The other problem why we got into it, well, not into it, is because y'all ladies cannot stay out the chat. Y'all be in the chat. Y'all be responding to the chat. And one of my biggest things for being on the panels is men can do it. Men can, I don't know what it is, but when women are in that chat and somebody say the wrong thing, right, you're going to get it. And that kind of got derailed. So that was it. But listen, regardless of what happens, this is not about us apologizing, because we both are grown adults. And Ashley, it's important to me that you understand how much I respect what you do. I like the way you conduct and carry yourself, and the heart you have for when you speak to people. For what's from the heart reaches it. So we're good. I wanted it to be known, and y'all panel gonna stop talking. Darwin Hill, Darwin.
What's up, Mr.
Sir Hale? Yeah. We're gonna have a conversation. They're talking about it. This is all respect. It's all love. I love what I do, and the reason why I came on here, because we got enough bullshit, we got enough beef in the streets, and now it's time for Black people to unite and be different, because your difference might be able to reach a pool that I can't. But let's do it together and let's stop the pettiness. Yeah, I'm gonna bring you to one of my shows, Darwin Hill, so you get to know who Sir Hale is.
Yes. So actually, I want you to tell them.
Yeah, babe, they said you was a simp. So
No, Sir Hale didn't say that. No, we want to see. Y'all see, y'all petty and messy.
Right,
See right
So
there.
before you leave, Sir Hale,
You got
before
Darwin
you
here. He
leave, my
balling up his
apologies.
fist right now. I see, Candid. You ain't Candid, man.
No, Sir Hale.
Okay, so
no.
I do
You done
have a
had that
question
man
for
sit.
you.
Hale didn't say that.
That man just sipped on some hen dog. I can't believe you.
Sir Hale didn't say that.
I do have a
You
question
know,
for
you know, I
Sir
be
Hale,
unbothered about.
if
Hey,
y'all
when they
mind.
call me a simp, I turned that word into something else. You know what I'm
He don't
saying?
care. He love
Ooh,
it.
I don't know about none of that.
He love it.
It's all good.
Okay, I
They
do
got-
have a question. Sir Hale,
Yes, who's this?
this is Mrs. Understanding.
Mrs. Understand. You know what?
Yes.
What a befitting name. I like that.
Thank you so much. Okay, my question is, maybe you can give me a little more understanding. If you are sincere and it was just a misunderstanding and you and Ashley are on great terms and it was respectful and all that fun stuff, I know you said you're good at marketing. You should probably be aware that when you title things as the worst, that it's not going to garner a lot of positive responses. So do you feel responsible for taking the video down, or are you still going to leave it out?
So, Mrs. Understanding, I hope that you understand what I'm getting ready to say. That clip started a conversation about how we need to have better conversations. You see what I'm saying? It
But you
started
know
that
it wasn't
conversation.
the worst conversation though, right? It wasn't the worst.
So
maybe like
you're right.
retitle
Hold on.
it. I don't know. Like I'm asking.
Listen, hold on. Watch this. It's not the worst. It's the second worst conversation of the year. That's why I labeled it the second one, because I had another conversation with another sister. Now, really, I don't know if you saw that one, but I had another conversation that went, you talking about off the rails, and I was completely disrespected on my platform. And I labeled it the second worst, but the conversation wasn't a one-to-one between me and Ashley. It was with the people on that panel. That's what's the worst conversation. And I didn't tag Ashley in that, right? That was the reason why. You guys feel that way because she was in the video, but that video wasn't directly about her. As a matter of fact, Ashley, here's what we'll do. If you're cool with this, Ashley. Yes, so if you're cool with this, why don't I take that clip? Why don't you and I react to that together?
Sure.
I like that. I'm solution based, guys. That sounds good
you're
to
not.
me.
You start mess. I'll start the solution.
What?
Yes,
idea,
solution
man.
is to address your behavior. That was my solution. Stop, Rilla.
You
Stop.
actually read my thoughts, Sir Hale. This is Mrs. Jovo.
I told
You
you I'm
actually read my
fantastic at this,
thoughts.
guys, and I'm going to market that. So we're going to be good.
When I work with people in therapy on communication, it's a couple of tools that I use, and it's key skills that people need, social skills, especially in our community. We need social skills. We need to learn how to, I was taking notes, have conversation. We really need to understand the feelings of others in certain spaces. Like we need to understand how someone may respond or how they would feel to certain things that we say to each other. We definitely need to learn how to respond to criticism and not react to it, because there's a difference between a reaction and a response. Okay. And we need to practice emotional regulation skills when we're having conversations with each other. Like I've always told clients that when you stick with the facts, when you're objective, you're probably going to be able to have a conversation. But when you start making how you feel the fact and not looking at the facts, then that's when the train will derail as well. So I just wanted to throw that in there. My therapy spidey senses as I was hearing everyone speak.
Can I say one more thing?
Yes.
Here's the thing with that.
Ms. Jovo, your frames are dope. I need to put that out there. That it needs to be said tonight on public television. So the other thing is, it's real simple for me. I look at Ashley as my sister, and she, like a lot of her stuff, I don't agree with. I be like, Ashley is off, but we got to protect our women, whether we agree with their perspective or not. And she has a heart where she's doing good. I hear her talking about family, about what she's doing with young girls. And regardless to what we agree to, if we have a couple things that we can agree to, then that's the focus. And that's what I'm about. So Ashley is somebody, whether you know it or not, you're protected in these streets. And you won't hear me say, even in the comments section, you saw people saying stuff, but if you listen in my comments, you heard me say, no, Ashley, good people. I really respect what she's doing because I truly believe that.
So what I was going to say was that in conjunction with what Ms. J said, and now I'm going to also add to Hale, I put sons first. I put children first. I put daughters second. That's just me. I don't I'm harder on women than most guys, but I understand how to give women their space, because I understand that even, like I said earlier, passionate males who come on my thing, sometimes they're kind of how they are. And I, as a person who, I'm a very, sapio type of dude, but I don't have to win every conversation. Backing up is a great thing, you know. So I think to what she said, Ms. J, is that, and I will get your name right at one point in time. I just hate messing up people's names. But
You been
I
jagging
think
my shit
what
off
I
all
try to
night.
what I try to tell guys is that don't control your need to reply. In the Black community, it is normal. I'm sorry. It is normal for some of our ladies and emotional guys to diss us, label us names. I got labeled a troll before I even came in here, and I ain't even said nothing disrespectful. I can't take that personal. You feel me? That's just our community. Our community likes to label and disrespect other folks. And what we as dudes have to learn, I say to all of my clients, because I have a certification in men's issues, I tell my clients, hey, look, you're going to get dissed because the image of you is a janitor. The image of you is a box lifter. You're a trucking guy with your own fleet of trucks. They don't like respecting that. You a guy employing people. You would be amazed in my 20-year career in medical. Like I said, I'm all about Black sons. I got to fight Black people to get Black men hired. Let that sink in for a second. I have to fight Black people at Emory, Grady Hospital, Children's Hospital. I can't even get Morehouse men sometimes to form like Voltron, even though that's an all-male situation, because it's in this culture amongst men that women come first. Not even our sons. Women come first. Daughters come second. Sons come fourth. Because what do you hear from your uncles back in the day? My baby girl come first. My wife comes second. I come third, and little Negro, you come fourth. You know, I got mine, you need to get yours. While the Indian guy, he's being told, hey, Habib, go over to your uncle and go to that auto parts store. Your auntie Karen is the manager. She gonna bring you right in. See, the only reason I defend Black boys a lot, and while I feel like, what Mr. Hale said, and Darren Wynn has his place, is that I believe these boys suffer from not having this Black community really assisting them. We're telling these Black boys what they need to do to protect our ladies, which is somewhat valid, I'll be fair. But then when those Black boys need to get hired, the white boy gets more precedent from our Black hirers than that Black boy does. And that Black boy only sees white people hiring him. So let's keep that 100.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate you all so much. A lot of tokens of wisdom here. I'm going to have Black Man come up. Sir, I'm not sure how long you're going to stick on, or any of you. If any of you have to head out, that's fine.
Ashley.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to be feminine again and cut you off. Darwin trying to peer pressure me into staying.
You can say everybody is welcome.
No, I gotta work in the morning. And
no, rest in your femininity, Rilla. Rest in your femininity with us. Come on, rest.
Peer pressure.
Be sassy with us.
Did I say it in the back
chat?
Crazy. No,
don't let the man run your life, bro. Don't let the man
have to pay my child support then, bro.
Thank you, Mr. Research. Black Man Unfiltered in the building.
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? What in the RuPaul hell is going on here? All I hear is people telling a man to fall back into his femininity. Sir Hale speaks. Are you itching over there?
We equal opportunists over here. We're trying to set the space.
His masculine.
Have mercy, Jesus.
Logical, fair masculine.
Okay, that's RuPaul. Let me speak to the guys first, because they're in the most trouble tonight. Darren Hill, good evening. How are you doing, sir?
What's up, Black Man?
It's so good to see you, Doc. Chicago Rilla. Illinois ain't nothing without that man. Sir Hale Speaks is in the building. How you doing tonight? That's my brother from another mother, and there's no other. Sir Hale Speaks. How you doing, my guy?
Ladies and gentlemen, BMU is in the building.
Come on, Daryl Long. What's going on?
How you doing, King? Are you good?
Man, I'm wonderful. I'm
good show tonight.
I'm peacock happy and honeymoon proud. Listen, now to all the ladies in here tonight, misunderstanding, you've been talking a whole lot of stuff. I should have waited to last to talk to you. But good evening, Sugar. How you doing, Sugarfoot? Canon Hill, always good to see your smiling face. Ashley, so serious but so eloquent. It's so good to see you as well. Let's get to cooking. I have the roux ready for the gumbo tonight. So somebody asked me a question because I'm ready to cook right now. I got the spoon in my hand. Somebody, come on.
Well, hey, Black Man United. Mrs. Jovo's here too. I'm a lady.
Oh, Miss Jovo.
Hey.
You know what? Listen here. Sometimes God allows us to miss the greatest things so we can pick it up later. We have to be on some kind to speak. Good evening, Miss Jovo. Too. How are you doing tonight, Sugar?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm feeling that afro tonight. It's taking me back to a day where we was all natural. We weren't walking around here with plastic stuck to our heads. Somebody come on, touch your neighbor and say no more plastic. All right, here we go. Let's cook tonight. Hey, I'm here tonight. Let's go.
All right now. So what you bringing us tonight?
Listen here, y'all was talking about something about supporting children with finances, but ain't nobody supporting. See, listen to me. I'm gonna tell y'all something. Child support should be like this. If a man is active, my brother Sir Hale Speaks had a show the other night. If you haven't watched it, please go watch it. If you're not, he said if you're active, there's so many men that are active in their children's lives that are still getting stuck, still getting the jab. Because who's getting the jab before there was a jab? We're active in their lives, and the system is controlled by the women. Now, a lot of people say, "Oh, that's a lie. That's not true." But let me tell you, I've been a part of that system before. Oh, but the devil is a lie. I went and got custody of my children. Amen. Touch your neighbor and say, "Get custody." So what I did was I had to play dirty, but I had to get custody of my children because I'm not going to pay you to be with my children, and then find out that you may not be using the finances in the best way possible. So what I did was I took those finances, I stored them for a long period of time until I got the money that I needed, and then I went to court and I went to battle, and I spent thousands, and I got custody of my children. And I think if I feel personally, I've told several other men, if the woman is so dead. And I mean, she's so dead gone on the money, and I gotta have this, and I gotta have this. That means she don't have it. And if you have it, you should go get your children. It's just as simple as that. She's not able to be with those children. She's not able to nurture those children the way she should because she doesn't have the financial resources. Now, when I got a divorce, I divorced her. Amen to that. Ooh, that was a blessing. After I divorced her, I got custody of my children and moved my children with me. And now that I have them, she is a deadbeat mom. Now, my lawyer put her on child support. I told her not to, but my lawyer said, no, if it were you, they would do it to you. So she put on child support, and she's probably 40,000 plus in the hole right now in child support, and she's a deadbeat mom. And I asked her, I said, listen, I don't need your money, but why aren't you sending any? She said, because I don't believe a man should receive child support. I said, we're in agreement. I don't believe you should either. That's why I went and got custody of my children. So guys, I'm leading a campaign. Take your children from these women that need your money. Yeah, I think I'm gonna preach that in child support.
What if she hit a hard spot and she had like a broke down car or something?
If she in a hard spot, send them to me. I'll put them in a better spot. But she don't need. Listen to me. I heard you earlier, the misunderstanding, talking about, oh, they need somewhere to stay. Oh, they need to eat. 40% of the women are on government assistance. They're paying $56 in rent and getting $400 worth of food stamps. They don't need housing, and they don't need food. So what else are you using this money for? You say
wow,
the kids,
children should be regulated to Section 8 and food stamps?
No.
That's amazing.
She regulated herself to Section 8. See, that's the problem. My ex-wife, when she was with me, she was Queen Elizabeth. When she went to the hood, she became Keisha around the block. So my thing is, she lost out, and so what happens is she put herself.
Are you using your anecdotal to make a generalized statement?
Hold on. But some women, not all. Let me make that preface it. Some women, not all, but some of them go to the hood. And they get on these government programs. That's your choice. You chose to be there. I'm telling you, I have a 4-bedroom home. The kids will be in church every Sunday. The kids will be signed up.
You gotta live with you.
Hold on.
Right, sex with you. That's the trade-off.
I got a 4-bedroom home. I live in a great neighborhood. Ain't no gunshots going off over here. They're going to be in church every Sunday. I'm paying for their football. I'm paying for their soccer. I'm paying for their cheerleading. I'm paying for them to go to the movies. And I'm not asking you for a dime. All I ask you is to give me custody of my children.
Okay. I love that you wanted custody of your children. I think men should have custody of their
Absolutely, I agree.
if they're the best person to have custody.
I was.
So you were saying, I gotta admit, it sounded a little spiteful. Like, you make 30 grand a year, so you make that, so I should be having my kids, regardless of whether or not you're the best person to have kids. And I'm not talking about you in particular, but any man.
Yeah, let me get
There are a lot of men who make more money. Most men make more money than women, right? And then a lot of you all work third shift jobs or second shift jobs. Or so it's like, maybe you're not the best person to have.
It's gonna be like living with grandma and
Oh
granddaddy.
my God! So I have to make less to be the best.
No.
Wait. Can I ask you this?
I'm
Ash?
not saying that. I'm saying you have to do other things.
Okay, let me ask you this, Ash. So using your same thing. So I work third shift. Cool, got you. Am I any less or any better or any worse than the mother who has to leave the key with a child and send that child home and they have to feed themselves and sit for themselves? Because we know plenty of latchkey kids, do we not?
And that
was the better parent. That was the better parent.
Come on.
I don't necessarily think
Did the father take the work situation?
Thank you. Did you take him to court? Like all these anecdotals again.
Okay, so
it's intellectually dishonest, guys. I'm showing you.
So here's the thing, Raven, because y'all keep saying that, and I literally just told y'all the mother of my child said you need to petition the court. Why would I need to petition?
Anecdotal again.
When I'm sitting up here talking to you, you're a mother. Why do I need to go and pay another $3,000, $4,000, $5,000,
$8,000? Come on,
$8,000,
come on,
$30,000.
Come on.
You just heard what research said. He said all men need to put an attorney on retainer. You know what women don't have to do because they have safety nets? They don't have to put an attorney on retainer. You know why? Because when they go down to child support office, who's advocating for them?
The state represents them.
So listen,
did I say a liar? No. Did I tell a liar? No.
Searches, advice, and put y'all on back because it's my shit. So
hey, listen, I'll drop down for you.
What happened to the timer?
Listen, I gotta figure out how to get a timer.
I just was asking you a question.
I got something to say.
I'm not saying man or woman should automatically get the kid. I don't think that just because you make more, you should get the kid. I don't think just because you're the woman, you should get the kid. I think you have to think about each person's situation. And I'm just responding to what you said, Black man. I sensed a little bit of spitefulness. You chose.
May I respond?
You chose to be in the hood.
No.
Why should I not have the? But were you really? And I think you're a wonderful man. I'm sure you are an awesome father. But I don't know the situation. Was that your reasoning for deciding to take the kids? Like,
yes, absolutely.
Because she left and she.
I went to go. Let me respond. I went over to visit, and I went over because the courts, they give daddy, the daddy that wants to be active, they give him a couple of days, 3-4 days a month, maybe treat him like he's an outside dog. So tell him when he can and cannot see his kids that he's taking care of. So I go over to visit. Now, keep in mind, I'm paying 100% of my bills. This is before child support. You're real. I'm paying 100% of my bills. And I sat down with my ex-wife and I told her, I will pay 50% of yours. So I paid half her car note, half her insurance, half of her rent, half of her energy bill, half of her water. I paid half down the middle. I said, bring them to me because I want you to play me. I need to see all of it on paper. Right. And I have the receipts. Matter of fact, where's my folder? Because I kept it in here from the other night.
We believe you. Okay.
I got the receipts right here. All the documentation right here. I don't have to lie to nobody. And so when I went over there to visit and I walked in the house, I said, oh, I can't have my kids living like this. The neighbor cussing at people, the man over there fussing with his wife, trying to choke somebody. I'm gonna choke you out. I'm gonna finna stomp your ass. And my kids are sitting here looking at this and listening to this every day. Oh, no. So I said, okay, oh Lord, I'm gonna pray. Jesus, cover my children. But then I get a phone call. Her homegirl called me. She said, listen, I love your ex to death. She said, but you need to get your kids because they're in a bad situation. Okay. I said, well, if they're in a bad situation, I want you to help me. And so I hired her to take pictures of her when she was drunk, take pictures of her when her boyfriend beat up, take pictures of her when she was partying, take pictures of her when she was smoking, take pictures of her when they had alcohol around my children. Because see, the joint custody plan said she can't have alcohol in the house. You can't have smoking in the house. You can't have any of that. A man cannot spend the night in the house overnight, and if he's not married to you. And so all those things were broken, and I just had her friend just taking them, and I pay her $20, $30, and $40. You know, ratchet ones, they don't need much. $20, $50, you know, $10 here and there. And she took all those pictures. When I got to court, I had a folder this thick of evidence that she didn't even know I had. And so I couldn't allow my kids, people coming in and out of her house, in and out of her refrigerator, in and out of her life. And I'm like, no, I can't have my daughter seeing all these men coming in and out this house. No, not my son and my daughter. And then I give you money for the kids, and then when I pick them up, when it's my turn to get them, my kids looking like color purple stunt doubles. My son got on wrinkled ass clothes, his shirt dingy. I'm like, where the money at? What are you doing with the money? So I said, you know what? Let me get me a lawyer. And she said, it's going to cost you. I don't care how much it costs. I'm willing to make that sacrifice to put my children in a better situation. So what I did was I moved to a whole nother state, bought me a nice house, had a nice house built, rented me an apartment till the house was done. And I invited my children into my brand new home and gave each of them their own room. I go to work every day. I make 10 times what she makes. And it's not about spite. It's all about my kids being all right. Bars. So I'm not worried about what she do. She can throw that coochie from the free throw line. She can be with a man. She can be with a woman. She can be with the grocery store clerk. I don't give a damn. As long as my kids are safe and I can see them every day and they come home and they ain't got to worry about being in a bad school, bad situation, around bad people, drug use, abuse, all this stuff. No.
It just sounds like that she just turned into this total stranger after y'all broke up. Like,
absolutely.
She turned into just this absolute.
Crazy.
Yes.
I want to interject. I just need to interject for a moment because it's going back to what I was observing before. And what we don't want to do is we don't want these children to go with the highest bidder, because these are not objects for sale during some type of divorce or separation. This is not. They have a very old movie in the 80s called War of the Roses. I don't know if y'all ever heard of it. Very crazy movie where the divorce just went, people just went ham. Yeah, very, very, very amusing situation. My parents divorced when I was 7, 8 years old, and my child advocate that the court assigned, and you see I'm laughing because it was a joke. I actually at 8 years old had the opportunity to testify in my parents' divorce hearing. Okay, and what I saw was my dad being spiteful, and I saw how my dad during the divorce was very, and I have nothing but respect for my father. Let me just say that. But it was very funny how he started to monetize and quantify how much time and effort he spent being a father and verbalizing that to whoever would hear him when the divorce was going on versus when him and my mother were married. He just went through the motions. Kind of the same thing with her. And I remember the judge asking me, who do you want to live with? And I first of all, I told the judge that my parents should have never been married in the first place. Let me just say that. At 8 years old, I was able to observe that. My parents should have never gotten married. It was a mistake. They got married because my mother was pregnant with me. So that whole shotgun thing, very bad idea. I'm totally against that. My mother never should have married my father. Very mismatched, very toxic situation. Very toxic situation. The judge asked me where did I want to go. And I remember telling him, put me with my grandparents. Because what I know about my grandparents and the rest of the village, they never had to verbalize or quantify or monetize how much it took to take care of me and my brother. Going back to what I said earlier, it was a duty. That's what they were supposed to do. That's what grandparents do. Parents can't get it together. Grandparents fall in order and fall in line and do it. And when I say this with all due respect, and I just have to, and I'm kind of putting my words together. Coming from being a child and coming from the situation that I've came from, and then being married and having my own child, I manage my expectations, meaning that I don't expect to get extra credit or extra kudos for being a parent to my child. whether my husband and I are together or not. Okay? Let me just say that. It's a sense of duty that is attached to parenting, that some of the things that we're questioning tonight, should I pay for this? Should I get to decide for this? Should I do this? Should I do that? I'm going to say it again. This your job. You a parent. It shouldn't even be a question. It shouldn't even be something that you use in a knife fight with a baby mama or baby daddy. Like, this is what we do. You know what I'm saying? Even with some of the, I'm thinking about my own family and my own village. It's like, yeah, that's a dad over there. And yeah, like my husband has friends who are single fathers, and they get their kids for summers and vacations, and they take care of their children. In conversations, because I'm noticing in our conversation tonight, they're not listing out what they're doing and kind of saying, I do this and I live this way, and this is what I do for my kids. In my group, in my circle, this is just what we do. This is what we signed up for. So it's not even a question. And so I think the deeper question is, when we start dating people and engaging with people and sleeping with folks, are we really thinking, okay, are we giving thought to the fact that if this person gets pregnant, or if I have a child with this person, can I handle can I handle this engagement, this situation with this person? Am I really thinking that way? Because I thought that way when I was dating my husband. Like, I thought that way. Like, literally, how are you with kids? Because in my family, we take care of our children. What they do in your family? Mm-hmm. So I hear a lot of quantifying and counting, and this is what I do, and this is how I do it for my kids. Not downplaying what Black men do for their children, or Black women, or whoever. Parents are great people. If you parent your child, if you're an active parent, shouts out to you. But you a parent. That's what you do. That's what you do.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's what you do.
I got a question for Black
That's
men.
what you do.
Yeah, go ahead, Doc.
Out of all your guys, your friends, out of all the guys that got kids, how many of them went through the lengths that you went through to fight for custody?
I have a group of us. It's called Save Our Sons. It's a group of men. We're part of an organization here in Dallas, Texas, and we have lawyers. They have lawyers that go pro bono to help men get their children. So I have a lot of men in my circle that have gotten their children. And I want to add, in Texas, the number has gone up 30% of the men who go to court and get custody of their children. I'm so proud of that, because they're going in there and they're getting their babies.
Okay, so I hope Rilla heard that, because he was just asking a question about the men that do fight for custody, they don't win. But you have a group, and I'm pretty sure y'all talk about how to present that case to the courts to better your chances to win custody, right? Because I feel like so many of these men that say they fight for custody, they just don't know how to fight for custody, and that's why the low percentage of men that's winning. Because if men that say they have all of this, they have the money, a good neighborhood, they're involved in the kids' lives and this and that, I'm pretty sure that the percentage would be higher if they just knew how to go about it. Right. And the fact that you have a group like this, I'm pretty sure you all talk and discuss and educate each other on these things.
Yeah, I wanted.
Yeah, we do it through our church. We do it through our church, and a lot of those men that go through. Now, I'm not all of them. Don't do it. All of them. We've had a lot of red pill rage of men who really trying to get their babies, and the court's telling you get the hell out of here, right? Even when you got the money. And I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna let y'all cook. There was one of the guys that had a red pill rage because he made probably $80,000 a year. All right, the mother of his children was living with her mama, right? No job, unemployed, and he's asking the judge, "Whoa, judge. You understand that I can provide everything. I don't need nothing from the government, no government assistance, no food stamps, no housing. I don't need nothing. I just want to take care of my baby." The judge says, just because she's having a bad time, watch this, does not mean you have the right to take her children. And it was a female judge too. And I couldn't do nothing. I was there to support. I'm sitting in the back of the courtroom like this.
But Black man,
I agree with that.
But the thing is, Black man unfiltered. This goes back to what I keep talking about all the time. Do you all not understand that is rooted patriarchal thinking that
That's
the
y'all
women are
right.
the nurturers who are supposed to take care of the kids and do all that, and the men are supposed to give their money, right? So that's why I always say I'm ideologically consistent, right? I can say, yeah, no, I don't. But when you all yourselves are on one end being like, we're the man and we're this, and you are the nurturers and you go do that, and then y'all go to court and then y'all like, why do women get the custody? Why? And I have the money, like, because the courts are looking at best interest of the child, and there's a list, right? That, wait a minute, I'm not saying that it is the best interest. I'm saying it's how they, and you know, I'm sure if you've been involved, that's the standard that they use. And part of it is who's the primary caregiver. And I say this time and time again, they have a criteria for like who is the one giving the primary actual day-to-day care for the child. Not who's paying the money, but who's giving the actual care, right? Like who's doing the doctor's visits and who's doing that stuff. That's what they're looking at. So yeah, the men will go and get mad and be like, but I got the money and I got this. But if this woman is the one who's been going to the doctor visits, know all the kids' friends' names and talking to the other mamas and having play groups and all of that, they don't want to disrupt that for the child. Whether you think it's right or wrong, it's still based in patriarchal thinking, and especially if that's how you're setting up your household. Now, what I will say is, my personal thing, like this whole thing frustrates me in general because I don't think either side, right? In so many cases that I see, I don't think that most freaking parents put their children's needs first, and that annoys the heck out of me. Like my husband will tell you that, like, I'm about them kids. Like what do we got to do for those kids? Like he set up on this panel and was like, you know, I got a good relationship with them. He does, because like, and I don't have a problem with, like, I be like, she take care of this baby. Like, what we got to do? Like, let's get it together. Like, whatever. Like, she'll come. You know, we'll do stuff, whatever, because it's about them babies. Like, it's not about how you feel, how I feel. I was mad, you was mad, and you did this to me. Who cares, right? Because at the end of the day, that kid needs both parents, and if those parents are good to that kid, then I don't like people. And people so selfish. They so selfish in general. Like they are.
And again,
and that's why you got to keep those white folks. That's why you got to keep them white folks at your business. That's why men and women should sit down and hash this shit out at their dinner table instead of at the courtroom. And the judge asked me when I was sitting on the stand. He said, instead of your lawyer speaking, I want you to speak for yourself and tell the courts why you should have the children. I said, okay, no problem. I said, first of all, I want to let you know, sir, save some money. He said, what do you mean? I said, well, as we can see in the court here, you guys, as the government, myself, you're paying your taxes, and she's getting $350 a month in food stamps. I said, that's $4,200 a year. Don't you think the state could use $4,200 a year to put somewhere else? You don't have to pay that $4,200 if you give me custody of my children, because I'll put that $4,200 up for myself. I said, you also have Medicaid. The kids are on Medicaid. So how much are you spending a year for my kids to get their necessary shots when they get the flu, when they get sick? When they get sick, you're paying for it. Why not get another kid that can pay for it, and I'll pay for it out of my own pocket? I have
insurance. Now, see, I respect that kind of mindset, but you don't see the same thing with the OnlyFans girls or the strippers or the sex workers, regardless of how far they keep their money and their business away from the child. You can't be making money that way. It's a bad influence. Nobody cares if the child is going to private school and they're never going to experience, because now it's about nurturing and everything else. The same thing with Future. Future makes all this money. Nobody in their right mind is going to leave Future as the custodial parent just because he makes all this money he can afford to pay their shots. Nobody. It's about common sense, like Canon said. If I have been nurturing this child, taking care of this child, going to PTA meetings, just like I mentioned earlier about your $300 does not help this child that got booed off the stage at the talent show. Mm-hmm. Your money does nothing for the child. It's about the emotional support.
So why is the court? So my question is, why is the court so fixated on money?
I wasn't even finished.
Yeah, go ahead and finish.
So like I was saying, Candace spoke to it earlier because she said you guys are expecting a government agency to be nuanced and go be a marriage counselor and relationship coaches and all these things. All they can do is determine something that's physical and tangible. They cannot go in there and say, you need to give 50% of emotional support. And the fact that you guys are making this argument is so intellectually dishonest. It's frustrating considering y'all way older than me. Like, why is this even part of the conversation? The only thing the government can mandate is your time, because that's subjective, and the amount of money you can give. They cannot mandate if you go be a good parent to that child. So this whole, why they only worry about money, the fact that that's even a part of a rebuttal is counterproductive to the conversation.
Hey, black man, you mind if I jump in for a second?
Yeah. Go ahead, because I want to respond to what she just said. Go ahead,
No,
brother.
absolutely. Ashley, before I respond, would you mind bringing up that PDF for me?
Oh, sure.
It's in the back. You could just click on it right there. I'm gonna say this, and then I'm gonna head off. Whenever you bring it up, Ash, I think you see it in the back. It says my name. It says Derlon.
Okay, hold on.
Are you on your phone? I'm sorry.
Did you send it on my phone on through private chat or phone?
No. It's not in the private chat. It's another screen. It should say my name. You can just bring it up. You click on it.
Yeah, click on like you're bringing up a person.
Yep.
Oh.
Thank you.
I didn't know that.
So my thing is this, 'cause I want to say two things. Chicago really put in the back chat how many fathers actually fight for custody. And Chicago really they did a show with the lead attorney where even the lead said that most of the divorces and situations that he's been in, most men don't fight for custody because they know they're going to lose. Me, I suggest that if a man finds himself in a situation where Black Man Unfiltered was talking about, file an ex parte motion. Ex parte motion takes about 24 hours, maybe a little bit more. But usually the judge or the magistrate is going to render a verdict and you'll more than likely get your child. But one of the things I want to talk about before we get out of here is adverse childhood studies. Because no matter what happened, we got to come to a resolution. And my resolution, I believe, is families need to stick together. I'm very, 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 very family oriented. For those who don't know, the CDC has a study called Adverse Childhood Studies. I'm just going to read it very quickly. Adverse childhood studies are potentially traumatic events that occur in the childhood between newborn and 17 years old, such as experiencing violence, abuse, neglect, witnessing violence in the home, having a family member attempts self-deletion, but also included in the aspects of the child's environment that can undermine their sense of safety, stability, and bonding, such as growing up in a household with substance misuse, mental health problems, and I think that's what we're talking about right now, the instability due to parental separation or incarceration. And when you go further down and you actually read through the study, the first thing that happens is, regardless of this stuff that we're talking about right now, we got to have a resolution because the first thing that happens is the child suffers, and then they have a stunted neurodevelopment, means that their brain is literally not growing in a way that it should. Next, we have social, emotional, and cognitive impairment. To me, this is what we see in young Black boys when they pick up guns and they go in the streets and they're willing to hurt people. Then next, we see the adoption of bad health risk behaviors, smoking weed, unhealthy sex, using sex to cope, right? Instead of going to therapy and talking to somebody like Miss Jovo. And then the impacts on your life potential. Again, a lot of young Black men don't even make it to see 25, 30 years old. Then we see the disability, the disease, and social problems. That becomes, when you having raw sex, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We need to have both parents in the home. I'm going to put this back down now. We need to have both parents in the home. We need to have both parents highly involved, because if we don't, we end up with situations like the one that I saw, and I covered this the other day, DMX, right? DMX did a video when he was in therapy talking about how his mother never loved him, right? Children, they don't care about the conversation we having now. They really don't. The only thing they care about is the outcome, right? And unfortunately, so many of our children, I think it's 67% of them grow up in single parent households. We need more Black men, in my opinion, to do what Black Men Unfiltered is doing and what Darwin said. Put your pride aside and actually do whatever it takes to get your child the best outcome. Because at the end of the day, when you refuse to work with the other parent, whether it's custodial, whether the person's broke, it don't really matter to me. Come to a resolution, because the outcome for the child is the most important thing. Like, and to me, I would hate to see our sons and daughters in certain situations, just because we couldn't figure out who deserved custody and all the other bullshit, come together, bring the family together, and try to really create the best resolution. Now, that's not always easy, easier said than done. And I would like, Jovo to speak about this, because we need to focus on mental health and we need to focus on self-reflection, right? Black men have to realize we're already living in a patriarchal society. Like Canon was saying, we control most of the institutions of America, not men, not Black men, but men, period, right? I really can't state this enough. Put the solutions before your egos and your insecurities. Me and Ashley talked about this earlier. People egos and their insecurities, it fuck over our children. And I'm gonna end this off by saying this. Rest in peace, Tupac Amaru Shakur. He had an acronym called Thug Life. Even though people misuse it, it's not about being a thug at all. It stands for the hate you give little infants fucks everyone, right? So we need to pour love and understanding into each other. My daughter's mother has schizophrenia. She punched me right in the face. She abused me. It don't matter, right? I'm going camping with her this weekend because at the end of the day, my daughter don't care about none of that stuff. She needs to benefit from a two-parent household. When there's two parents in the home, study shows that there's less poverty, less crime, less drug abuse, less teen pregnancy, and there's more education, more success. And that's really how I want to end, like what I said. And thank you guys for having me on tonight, Ashley.
Thank you, Daryl. You want to share your channel?
Oh, you guys can just type in my name. I'll put it in the chat, but it's just my name, Daryl Long.
Okay. And how often do you have a regular broadcast?
Yeah, I pretty much go live every single day. I have a schedule. I do on Mondays I do shows about fatherhood and about family. And my two most important shows is the ones on Mondays about family, and the one on Thursdays I do a mental health show. And really I just give brothers and sisters a chance to come on, speak their mind, be transparent, and be candor about the things that they're going through, because that's one of the things that I know for a fact that Black people don't do is we don't seek therapy enough. We don't talk enough. And we don't talk to God enough either. We smoke it out, we shoot it out, we sex it out, and we argue. But the resolutions is what we need.
All right. I appreciate you so much. I can't tell you how much I appreciate you and what you bring. I feel like you already did yours, but basically what I want to do is famous last words, y'all, because it's late.
Can I respond to Mr. Understanding, please?
Okay. Go ahead.
So, Misunderstanding, I have a few questions for you. I got here a little late, so my reservation was a little late.
Okay, give one question at a time, because I think you got that preacher when
no
give
problem.
One question at a time.
I'll slow it down for you, Sugarfoot. So, are you married?
Yes, I've been married to my high school sweetheart for people used to joke and say we've been married when we were in high school. So I don't know, I'm like 12, 13.
Damn,
No.
you know what?
Yeah, like 13 years. For like 13 years.
Kudos. That is amazing. That is amazing. You are very lucky to have someone that you've half of your life. Do you have any children?
Oh, Lord. I've been a nanny since I was 18. I do not have any children of my own. We have a plan. But, Lord, children are wonderful. Mm-hmm. Normally, I work for two-parent households. But, no, we don't have any babies. Good Lord.
Okay. I'm praying that one day that you do, have some children, because it's an amazing thing. Now, the reason that I asked those questions is because I wanted to respond to what you said a few minutes ago. Why should it come up? My question was to the courts, because I'm always going to ask questions. I don't care if they kick me out or not. I was always taught the only dumb question is the one you don't ask. And so I asked the judge, is there going to be a segment in court where we talk about spending time with the children? He said, no, we're not here for that.
Family court and child court are two different things.
I said, Your Honor, I think that it will be very important for us to do that. He said, well, if you want that, sir, this is what he said to me, because he was a smart ass. If you want that, go to law school, be a lawyer, become a judge, and you run the courtroom like you want to run it. I said, okay, cool, all right. And I was about to say something else, but I didn't want to be in contempt. And so we don't, the system does not care. And the thing that bothers me the most is that we run to this system.
Why did you just breeze past that? They didn't not care. They're just separate entities for those subjects. You just they did not care. They just told you to go somewhere else to address that grievance. That doesn't mean they don't care.
Right, but I'm in your courtroom. Okay, let's do it like this. Do you know the sum of money the state made? Let's do Georgia, because Georgia made the most. We know how much Georgia made last year on child support fees?
I don't, but it kind of seems like you're trying to draw a correlation between child support and visitation.
No. Okay, I'll say this. No, what I'm saying is, I believe Black men and Black women, because I did it myself. I went to my ex and I sat her down and I had a conversation, looked her in her eyes and said, listen, my kids are in the house with you, and I know that you struggle to pay a lot of this stuff here, and that's fine. That's cool. I want to assist you in everything that you do for my babies.
Future could say that too.
Hold on. But then my grandma always taught me it's all about your actions. So when I went to the bank, I sat down with her, I opened up an account, I gave her a debit card, right? I said, I'm going to fill this up with your car, half of your car payment, your water, etc. All right? I would give that to her. Now, there was no reason for us to go through the court system. Wouldn't you agree?
To your personal anecdotal system that I don't have any information about other than what you just told me?
Well, no. Hold on. That's why I asked. That's why I was asking Miss. That's why I was asking Miss Ashley. Did she want to upload this? Because I have files. I have the receipts right here. So if we can do that one day, if you want to do that.
So that's my thing. That's why I was speaking earlier about intellectual consistency. Because imagine if I told a story about my life and attributed it to Black men and was like, and this how Black men are, and Black men do this, and Black men do that. If that's your story, that's your story. I don't know the ins and outs of that. That would be, again, intellectually dishonest of me to speak on a story I have no information on other than what you're just telling me and whatever you're trying to put in my face on the spot. That would be intellectually dishonest to give an opinion on it.
But okay, so how is it? Okay, but that's fine. That's your opinion. How is it though that I have custody of my children?
Again, that is a personal anecdotal situation. How would I know that?
Not just you though.
And well, how do I know? I brought my kids on the child support on the show the other night. I had my kids come on camera. But that's fine. That's neither.
But this is my point again. Like this one situation. Imagine if I took the same idea and I was like, I know one guy that doesn't pay child support. He don't take care of his kids, and that's why Black men need to do X, Y, and Z.
Yeah,
it would be mayhem in the comments. But you are using this one example, and you literally, I listened to you verbatim say, if it's the truth, it's the truth. It shouldn't matter then, right? It's the same thing you're doing. Like what?
Black men here they're not. Black men here they're not shit. Black men here they're deadbeats. Black men here they've been saying it in every TV show, every song for the last 20 years. What are you talking about?
So when you guys hear that, the response is, "Oh, those are your anecdotal experiences." What we're saying is that nobody can use their anecdotal experiences to try to push a larger conclusion.
Generalize an idea.
We could do this all night.
Thank you.
So whose husband?
Thank you. It's intellectually dishonest.
So we're not going to use the CDC. We're not going to use.
That's not anecdotal. Do you know the difference between anecdotal and empirical evidence?
Hold on, don't insult my intelligence. But
so why did you mention the CDC?
No, because I mentioned the CDC because Black men are stepping up and giving their children.
Not anecdotal.
Ma'am, you're being very aggressive, and I'm not being aggressive with you. But
however, you've been cutting people. Okay. Oh my God! I swear to God, like
you swear to God, what? I believe in him too. What we swearing about?
We're swearing that you guys do the same behavior. No, there's no guys. It
seems like you have a personal vendetta against men that have experienced things. Anecdotal. Right now, you're talking about anecdotal experiences. The world turns from anecdotal experiences. What are we talking about?
So now, no. Let's go with that. So now we're only doing the anecdotal experiences. Let's go with that.
Talking about?
Is that what we're saying? We're only doing anecdotal, no more CDC, no more statistics, none of that.
No. What I'm saying is okay. So you mean to tell me before the CDC got those numbers, they didn't go and poll people or go and look into the. They didn't go look into anecdotal experiences and have conversation with people that have gone through this type of shit before.
Duh, a conglomeration of anecdotal experiences is empirical evidence.
How often do we do a census? That's anecdotal experiences.
A conglomeration of anecdotal experiences can be regulated to empirical evidence. That means when you went around and asked all them people, you can break down the percentages and say, you know what, X amount of percentages affected these amount of people. But if we're just going to take your little story and apply it to all Black women, then we're going to do the same thing with Black men.
What you just said is based on anecdotal experiences. Yeah, right. It's going right back to the same thing. It's a boomerang.
This right here is why I just...
Yeah, come on. Let's have a conversation.
I really be trying to oh Lord. Okay. Let me just break it down. Do you think that empirical evidence and anecdotal evidence are the same level?
I don't know.
They're the same.
Okay, well then I can't go. I can't. Okay, I really can't. Because if you honestly think a personal projection of your story is more or equal to actual statistical data, I don't even know where to go from here, because you're one man that experienced your side of that one story. Mm-hmm. You want me to believe that your specific story is on the same level as statistically proven information.
Well,
That's what you're telling me when
first
you
of
don't
all,
say you
well,
don't
hold
know
on,
if it's equal.
So let me help you. Let me help you because I know earlier. Sometimes I'm deaf in my one ear and can't hear in the other. I know earlier I heard myself say that I work with men that go through these things all the time.
That's your
That go
anecdotal
and speak to
experience.
lawyers and go to court as we go to court with them to support them, and we hear the judges. We hear what they're saying to the men. We hear the men getting
You're
custody of the
rambling.
kids.
That's not even what I asked you.
No, but
What
you're
I
not
asked you was
listening.
that
You
do you
said
think
one
they
little
equal the
story, but
same
I have
weight?
several. I have several.
Okay, so this is where I'm gonna follow Mr. Research's advice here. Like, we're arguing, like, we all have anecdotes. Black man, I know men who are fathers, and they are some darn good fathers. I just was hanging out over the weekend with this one guy who, you know, he made me think of digging more into this, right? Because he's the custodial parent of his son. And the mama ain't nowhere to be found. Like, she just is not around. And so he's just sharing with me his experiences and everything. I'm talking to him about raising his son, right? He seems to be a wonderful father, right? And he's not the only one. I know of another guy. I'm sure I can think of others, right? So I can think of that, but I can also think of these women over here who got their baby daddy, who he in and out. He come when he want to. He pay the bills when he want to. He gonna go over to his friends and say, I love my kids. I do anything for my kids. So we're talking about anecdotes. And what Raven is saying is like you're right. Black women do share our anecdotes all the time. On Sir Hale's show, I think Genesis was sharing her anecdotes. The men were shutting her down. She just talking anecdotally. Women are too emotional. They don't use facts. They don't use reason. So what we're saying to you is that in that same way, you can't use your anecdotes to make a broader statement. That's what she's saying. And that's understanding is saying anecdotes are relevant, but you can't say that they're equal to empirical data.
And that's why I'll ask when I asked you how many guys do you know fought for custody? So outside of your group, because you started a group and you grounded these people up that fight for the same thing. And I was going to ask everybody else on the panel, but you know, they left, like Daryl and Gorilla. Me myself, I know a lot of men that complain about the way they get treated and how they don't have any control over their kids and stuff like that. But them same men are not actually fighting for custody. So that was my whole point. Like, a lot of these guys aren't fighting for custody. Like, they're not going through what you went through to get your kids, you know. And that to my point is, they can say all this stuff, but they're not really helping the situation. And fight for custody is not, oh, I went over there and tried to give her some money and she ain't take it. She just want to go to child. Yeah, go to child support court, go to whatever court, go to custody court and fight for custody. Like you did, like I did, like Rilla did. It's not too many other men that you can say that about. I have a lot of friends that they don't do that. And I'm pretty sure Rilla has a lot of friends they don't do that. And outside of your group that you have, I'm pretty sure you know a lot of other men that don't do that. They sit back and complain about it. So the percentage of black men that's actually going to court to fight for their kids is very low.
Now, let me respond to that, because let me tell you what happens. When I got custody of my children, my son and my daughter, I didn't want to do it. I didn't want to do this to her as an individual person, right? I didn't want to do it to her, right? I didn't want to take a black woman into a courtroom after she and get her in front of the white judge, the white people, the white officer, the white bailiff, and do this black woman like this in front of these people. It makes you feel so coonish to do that to a black woman that's sitting over there that you used to be in love with, that you used to make love to, that you used to take trips with. She's sitting right over there to you, and you're about to do this to her in front of this whole room full of people, where we could have sat down like adults and taken care of the situation in the kitchen.
You know?
And so, but I didn't want to do that to her. But what I had to do, and what I said earlier, which I didn't feel like I had to do, some of the men that you're talking about, Darn, they're trying to do it the right way. Me, I played dirty. I played dirty. I got pictures.
I ain't gonna say they trying to do it the right way.
I'm just saying, I got pictures. They want to let the lawyer do all the work. Hell no. While my lawyer was working, I called, hey, come here, Keisha. Hey, listen.
No, black man, I feel like you did it the right way. If you truly was looking out for the best interest of your kids, then you did it the right way. I tell my wife all the time, I regret not dragging my baby mother in court. I regret not telling the judge about all these things that I know about her. I regret that because it took me so long to do it because I was thinking like, I don't want to do it. But then I got to a point where, you know what, this is what I have to do, because if I don't do this, they will not understand how I really feel and what's really going on in this household. So I have to do it. It's not about being nice to her. It's for the kid. And that's how I had to get the.
And when they gave me custody of the kid, let me tell you what really got me. And they gave me custody of the kid. I went over there. Yes, I got her black ass. No. When they gave me custody of the kids and she knew it and they told us together, this woman broke down like I've never seen a person break down before. I mean, wailing. Oh, just out.
Yeah.
Right? You don't want to see that. You don't want to see. You don't want that for her. I didn't want that for her.
I'd rather see that my kids go through.
Right.
And so the thing is, I understand exactly what you're saying. And I can appreciate that. But you do get kudos. And what I'm saying is that at least like look back at it and don't feel like even if you say like I fought dirty, whatever, you fought for your kids. You see what I'm saying? Like that's why I think I advocate for. I feel like a man should feel about his kids just like I feel about mine. And I respect it. You see what I'm saying? Because I will go through anything for my kids. Like, what do you mean? Like, I gotta walk through what I gotta do. Like, what is it? What I gotta do for my kids? I expect a man to be the same way for his kids. You see what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Like, especially if you want to say you want equal say, you want equal all this stuff, then you got to have that equal fire for them. You see, like
right before,
it can't be no half stepping and all of that. Like, no, like I'm gonna get my life down for mine. You know what I mean? Like whatever. So it's like
Usher, when Usher went through the custody battle with his ex-wife, I don't know if y'all remember it. Years ago, I think when the son they shared together, because he practically raised all of his ex-wife Tamika's her other son. He practically, he raised that son as well. Because when they met, I think he was like a baby. But their son had an incident where he almost drowned in a pool under her care, and he used that as an opportunity to gain custody of the children.
Exactly.
And they showed, it made news here in Atlanta. It was all over Channel 2. They were outside the courthouse every day, covering it. But to speak to what Canon was saying, he said the same thing. He said, whatever I need to do to keep these children safe, that was the priority. The priority is not making their mother look like a bad mother. The priority is, in this space and time, they need more supervision than what she is providing. And, those that were in the courtroom near them, one of the things from his camp, a person from his camp spoke out and said, when he hugged her, because she was very hurt, distraught in court, he was like, this does not mean you're not their mother anymore. This just means certain tough decisions have to be made to keep our kids safe. And that was going to be my final thought, because I worked in rehabilitation, like inpatient rehabilitation. And when Black Men Unfiltered was talking about taking the pictures of her while she was under the influence of alcohol, drugs, I've had that happen to a few clients. I've worked with women who their parental rights have been terminated from their children because of their addiction to drugs and alcohol.
Mm-hmm.
One of the greatest acts of, because I know I'm a person, I got a lot of patience, probably too much empathy, and probably too much love for what I do for a living. One of the greatest acts of love I've ever seen parents give to their kids. I remember a couple I was working with. The mom, the biological mom, was addicted to drugs, and the dad had remarried. And the dad and his new wife put those children's mother inside of rehab. And when she came out from day one to she stayed in there for 6 months. She was a totally different woman, regained her strength. She discovered recovery. She discovered sobriety. And when I tell you it was a co-parenting situation, where the new wife, the stepmom, was telling the biological mom that now we're all in this together. We're not competing. Like, we want to make sure you stay sober because we're not deleting you from these children's lives. And so when we talk about the best interests of the child, and, you know, just, we have a lot of men online who talk about, you know, kids should be raised in a 2-parent home. But then when they have situations like this, where it's time to get custody, or this child support debacle happens, you know, I've seen comments, seen videos where men are literally getting off on making these women look bad. And I just want to be able to say in this space, while we're having this conversation, that don't forget that the best interest of the child is what you're actually fighting for: their safety, their care, their welfare, and their well-being. One of the greatest gifts my grandmothers ever gave me was the gift of them acknowledging that my mother was always going to be my mom. My dad was going to always be my dad. You know, and I know that can't happen in all circumstances and situations, but we really have to peel back all of the layers when we talk about this, like the entire thing. What is going to be best for these kids? Because these kids going to go through middle school, high school, and being that kid who remembers some of the things that adults did and did not do growing up, I'm telling you, these children remember who take care of them, and they remember who fight for them. That's what they do. They don't care about the circumstances. They don't care about who the breadwinner. They don't care about who made the most money. They care about who cared about what was best for them. That's what they care about. And they will remember it for the rest of their lives. They will. Yeah. So, you know, when we're discussing this, make sure we are putting the kids first.
One thing that was interesting to me was right before I went on custody of my son, my baby mother lawyer came and asked me and told he had everything written up and said she's willing to drop everything, just give you custody if you don't put on child support. This what this man told me. So everything was all about,
yeah,
you know,
ain't no fun when
everybody knew where he was supposed to be at, but she was just so scared that I was gonna hit her with some child support, and that's why she was fighting so hard. She the one who went and hired a lawyer, all of this. I represent myself. I didn't have a lawyer, anything. And this is what she tried to do, because at the end of the day, once I started hitting the courts with what she was really doing, like I said, I had to play a little dirty, and she kind of felt like she was going to lose. That's when she was like, okay, let me just try to see, you know, make sure I'm not going to be put on child support. He can have this and that. And my thing was, well, and I was just fighting for residential custody at that time. So I was like, oh, this changes everything. If she's not willing to participate in his life financially, then I just need full custody now. She doesn't need to make any decisions then. If she wants to not take care of her responsibility, she doesn't need to have an input in nothing then, if she's going to be like that. So now I need full custody, because she's not going to come in and out of his life. She's already doing a poor pitch job at that. That's what the reason I want custody and live with me. Now she's even taking a step further and saying, I only want to help you take care of him. So now I want full custody, you know, and it's the same thing on the other side, you know. So I've seen it on both sides about the child support, and I don't think it's about hurting the man or hurting the woman. I never felt that way when it came to child support. It's just, yes, women do weaponize it and try to and think they're hurting the man, and that's only because the men allow them to use that. If a judge says I have to pay $400 or $500, I look at what I pay now without child support. It's more than $400-$500. So I'm never going to be opposed to not paying child support when I know the kids have to be taken care of anyways, and you have to give money towards their education and towards their clothing, towards their food, towards their life, towards all that. So that never was an issue with me. It's the issue only with me in the court system is how they've been taken care of and their mental. You know what I'm saying? That's the only thing I ever cared about. It never was about the money, because you have to take care of these kids regardless. You know, whether they live with you, because it's gonna cost more money when they live with you anyways. For real.
You know what, Darwin? Half of those guys though that you asked me about in court earlier, half of them don't make it to court because we have great advice that we give them. And when they come in, so yeah, the numbers are not going to fluctuate a lot because we give them great advice when they come in. Listen, do you have a joint custody plan? Is what we ask them first. No, nothing in place. Cool. What we want you to do is go over to the house, play nice, pick your kids up, take them to the park. When you take them to the park, never take them back. take them home with you, and then she has to fight you to get the kids. Right? Because when in Texas, I don't know about any other state. If I'm with a woman, if I'm with a woman, that's not kidnapping. That's not picking up no kid, nothing. If I go over there and pick my kids up and bring them here, and I keep them here, and they live here, I'm going to take them to school, pick them up every day. They're here. She has to fight me for custody, and when she'll call the police, which a lot of them do. And when the police get there, ma'am, there's nothing we can do. That's a civil matter. You have to take that up in court. That's what the police say when they arrive on the scene.
So this is Texas.
Yeah, it's definitely in Texas.
Oh, Texas, wow. Then they don't care about the kid mental state or nothing. You just kidnap the kid from their home, and I'm pretty sure the kid is going through some things. They're pretty Texas, wow.
And the
Cowboys.
the flip side of that is for the women. Say, for instance, you and Canon had a 14-year-old kid, and y'all decided y'all want to get a divorce. When you get a divorce, the day Canon puts you on child support, you're 14 years in the rears.
That's Texas?
Yes, sir. 14 years. Soon as she puts you on child support, they want 14. They don't give a damn what you did in the marriage. They'll give a damn what you did while y'all was separated. You go 14 years in the rears immediately. You go 14 years. Right. Yes, sir. you gotta look it up. You gotta Google it. 14 years, brother. In the rears.
Right to me.
However old the child is, child 10 years, 5 years. Texas they want that bread.
Listen, I'm not
crazy
for no custody of no kids. We split up. He already know I'm leaving out this marriage with what I came into it with. Okay, you taking this baby. I'm not leaving with this baby. Sorry, you shouldn't have gave that to me. You take it with you.
Shit.
All right, y'all. Savage Canon.
We gonna be in there arguing who ain't taking the kid instead of Your Honor, I'm a deadbeat. Look, I drink every night. It's documented.
Oh, that's hilarious, bro. Oh my God, bro. That's funny.
All right, y'all. We gonna wrap it up. Before we wrap it up, I want to remind you all we got Canon Hill with Candid with Canon. Third Monday, 7 p.m. Eastern. Hold on, let me move this out the way so you can see it. And so yeah, conversations to push your thinking, because she definitely likes to do that. We got Jovo every second Thursday at 8:30 p.m. And she, you know, you can have your free convo with Jovo. You know,
yeah, this is free now. This is free.
She'll give you a little therapy, but it's not gonna be forever now. You know,
no, it ain't. The first hour free.
Yeah, not even. I'm thinking you're gonna get in a few people, you know, that hour, you know. So
like Candace said, I'm out here doing the Lord's work. I gotta pay my bills too, though.
Yeah. And we got our girl, Mrs. Understanding. We got Real Talk with Raven every last Mondays at 7 p.m. Eastern. All right.
Well, I'm busting up in that mother. I'm coming. Yeah, I'm coming to your.
I don't accept that. I don't really accept anybody busting up in nothing. I'm not going with no.
What is she talking about?
Don't come up in nothing. Don't bust up in nothing.
What are you talking? Oh my God!
All I heard was I'm about to bust up in. Don't bust up in.
Let me say it like Benjamin. Let me say it like Benjamin. I'm gonna come over there and I'm gonna support your channel.
That's what I like to hear.
Okay. Wow.
Y'all are hilarious.
Wow.
All right. So I want to do something that we haven't done before. I want y'all to give y'all famous last words. All right. Summarize your message, what you would like people to take away from your message tonight. Do it in 90 seconds. All right. Famous last words. What are your famous last words? Go ahead. Ken, you haven't spoken in a while, so you want to go ahead?
I'll go ahead.
Famous last words.
My famous last words, if you don't take nothing else away from the discussion tonight, ladies, listen to me. Lead them kids with their daddy. Get them kids with their daddies, okay? We got our life to live out here. We are not dealing with these kids. Hot Girl Summer 2022.
Is so not for real, okay? Don't.
Oh my God.
All right. Famous last words. Who likes to go next?
I'll go.
Okay.
So,
I was gonna say you for last, but all right.
no, that's fine. Ladies and gentlemen, listen, if you're going through something or you have some things going on with your mental health or your health period, and you need to get that taken care of, please go get the help. In our community, a lot of people don't get the help that they need, especially mentally. And so, and I want to leave these last words with you. You can't trust you to get you out of what you got you into. So please go get the necessary help. And so you can be better for yourself, for your children, and for your family. Peace.
All right now. Thank you. All right. Let's see. Darwin, you want to go?
I really don't have any last words, but just take care of these kids and just pay the money. It's just money. Just pay it. That's it.
You taking care of the kids because according to Canon, she leaving.
First of all, he sound like he reading off a ransom note.
No. Right. Just pay the money.
That's it. That's it.
All right.
Pay it.
Famous last word.
All right. You know what I'm going to say? My famous last words: manage your expectations. Remember that all of your behavior is a choice, no matter the trigger, the situations, influences, pressure, no matter what that is, all behavior is a choice.
All right now. Thank you. And then we have last but certainly not least, Miss is understanding. Hold on, wait a minute. I put you up there.
No, I thought you were
Oh
Oh wow.
no. Oh mine.
Yeah, you still got
Huh?
you still gotta go. I can't be the last one. You still have to get your 90 seconds in.
Well, yeah. Okay. So go ahead. I'll let you go ahead and go.
Okay, my 90 seconds is it's gonna be based in intellectual consistency, guys. All you guys having all this nuance and understanding for out of wedlock fathers, I expect to see the same thing on those platforms that are calling women baby mama terrorists. I expect to see the same. You got to hear both sides. I expect to hear the men either being told to pick better, or the women being given the space to express their nuance in the situations that they're going through. So I just intellectual consistency, guys. That's all I'm gonna ask.
All right now. All right. So I'll do my famous last words. My famous last words would be to be kind. Be kind to each other. You know, we all go messed up. Have a little grace and move on. I would also say get married and have those babies. All right. Children are meant to be raised by both their parents. And it's hard to say that everybody's going to succeed at it 100%, but we got to do better. People, we got to do better. So that would be, those are my favorite last words. So that's it for tonight, y'all. I had a lot of fun tonight. And y'all gotta stay tuned. We are the Ladies Room. Ladies Room every Wednesday night at 7 p.m. Central. And I need y'all to like and subscribe to this channel and share it with friends. And we appreciate y'all. So we're gonna head out. All right. Good night.